So we get 9 to spare. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Blue Talks presents Amplify Your Message event. This event here, I'm Corey Poirier, the founder of Blue Talks. I should mention that. I often forget to say that right off the top. My co-host here with me, Kelly Falardo. Welcome back, Kelly. She's been here every day this week, a trooper, making magic happen. Somebody yesterday called her a warrior. So, so excited to have everybody back. And we're back here today again with Blue Talks, Amplify Your Message. The Amplify Your Message theme, I always like to mention this off the top. Really, the idea is to help people next level or up level their influence through, typically, it doesn't have to be one of these, but typically the platforms would be writing, speaking, or podcasting. The other exception to that would be social media, because there's a lot of people that don't have a podcast, a book, or have never spoken on a stage that are absolutely crushing it in social media. So, but the idea is to help people learn how they can influence others, and that can be one or many. So it doesn't have to be that you're going to be influencing a million people or anything like that. It can be just one person, but let's, teach you what the best of the best are doing and help you get kind of behind the curtain. So that's the idea behind this, is to help you amplify your message, really, hence the name. So Kelly, anything new that you want to share before we start jumping into things? Anything new that's happened since yesterday, or?
It's been a crazy week for me. So it's been so crazy busy and stuff. And I'm editing books for clients, which I don't normally do. Normally I'm just publishing books, not really editing. But it's just been a crazy, crazy week. And I'm just so excited about all the guests that we've had so far. Like yesterday we had an awesome conversation about money and that whole money piece that we like to avoid, or some of us like to avoid. And how uncomfortable it is. Like, wasn't it kind of uncomfortable talking to George about the money part?
Well, I was kind of, for me, I was like uncomfortable for other people, because it took me a long time to get through that and over that. And I feel like I have, but I still know that a large percentage of people aren't. So it was uncomfortable for me because I know it's uncomfortable for people hearing it, and the idea that, where it came up was that George was so comfortable talking about money, and it made me realize and recognize how uncomfortable most people are. And because he was so sort of blasé about it, but not in an ego way, it made me want to dive further into that and, say, is it okay for us to be open about, I've had some success, and especially in 2020, it seems like a time I've seen a lot of people commenting, like something that normally wouldn't be taken to heart. But I've seen, a person say, so excited, I just bought a car I've been wanting to buy for a few years. And somebody posted below saying, you shouldn't be talking about that in 2020. You shouldn't be talking about having any success in 2020. And it's just a really different time that way. And so it was good to have that conversation with George, even though some people might not like hearing it. I will tell you, I did an interview recently, and I won't say any names or anything at all, because I don't want to out anybody. I like to keep this stuff personal, but somebody reached out to me and said, Corey, it's the only interview I've ever heard of you where you and the host sounded like you were bragging, because she had asked, have you done at least a TEDx talk, right? And then I said, I've done 3. And just that, she took that as bragging. And she said, in any other year, that'd be okay. But in 2020, you shouldn't be bragging like that. And so it just shows you that there's a different perspective right now. So to answer your question, Kelly, I think it was a good conversation to have. And yes, it was a bit uncomfortable, I think, as well.
Yeah. Well, it's, what we need to also show is that 2020 isn't all about doom and gloom, right? There's some of us who are succeeding in 2020. Like, I did my massive pivot and I've made more money this year than I did last year. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because if I can do it, so can anybody, right? It's just a matter of what the choices that you want to make and not feeling stuck. One of the books that reminds me of that is that book called Who Moved My Cheese?
Yes.
Did you ever read that book?
Yeah. Long time ago, though, admittedly.
Yeah. And that's what this is all about. Like, we can stay stuck where we are, or we can choose to, take a different path. And that's basically what that book is all about. And so that's what I've done. And I know that's what you've done. And that's what a lot of people have done. And so we shouldn't feel guilty or ashamed that we've decided to make that career change or that path change.
Yeah, I think, and I also feel like it depends on the context too, right? There's one thing to talk about, I've had a good year, But it'd be another thing to say, well, what's going on is nothing, and people shouldn't be, like I've had a healthy year, so everybody must have, like I think it's different
Right.
when we're talking about what's happened to people in circumstances versus just saying this is still possible. It doesn't
Right.
have to be the end of everything. Let's say for your business, there are possibilities, and pivoting is one option. One guest we had on, if you remember, from the last event was Jeff Hazlett, and Jeff has the C-Suite network. And I'm actually a part of that now. And, I have to say, and if you remember, like Jeff, when he was saying it, it wasn't an ego thing, but he was saying, I think they've had their best year yet, but it was a lot to do with podcasts. They pivoted to say, we're going to focus heavily on podcasters. And that's obviously a really big market right now. But he was open about saying this has been a banner year for us. But they decided to pivot. They put money into that. They've taken risks, by the way. The other side is they're risking by switching from what they're comfortable doing. But they recognized they had to do that. And, again, I think hearing that they've been able to do that gives people hope. So I look at it like the hope side. What hope does it bring?
Right. Exactly.
But yeah, the big takeaway is, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but sometimes they're needed. I thought that was a great guest, and I thought he hit the nail right on the head. And also, just before we bring our first guest on today, I'll do some of the housekeeping, which is to say, if you want to know more about Blue Talks, I've tried to make this easier and easier. If you want to know more about Blue Talks, go to bluetalks.com. Rather than doing a big pitch or anything about it, within bluetalks.com, there's our podcast, book series, virtual event, and then every now and then, even with COVID, so far, live events. We've done 2 live events since COVID started. Very obviously social distance events, a lot of restrictions. Venue that can hold 200 people, and we had like 46, and very separated, but we were able to pull off live events, which was exciting. Now, having said that, you're with something like this right now, like this, Kelly, we did it in one of the places where Kelly lives in Alberta, and now if we were to run the event this week, it would have been canceled. It's just, it's a time.
I was there at the live event, so I know exactly what we had to do, and they were like on us. Like they saw me without my mask, and my problem is I'm half deaf, so I can't lip read, right? So people wear masks is really hard for me. And they were like, they made sure everybody was far apart, had our masks on, like very rigid.
Absolutely. I'm stoked that we were able to do the event despite everything. But obviously we had to be careful with doing it. But I add in the live events because it's not like we've stopped. It's just like we're on mini holds and just trying to navigate this thing. So just another quick summary of a few of the people we had on, and then a quick summary of today, and then we'll bring our first guest on. But when we talk about some of the things we've learned, we were lucky enough to have Joseph Michelli on to kick off the entire event. Those of you who caught Joseph's talk, very powerful. And at the same time, if you don't know Joseph, you should check him out. But he's written a number of New York Times bestselling books, among them The Starbucks Experience and The Zappos Experience. And he let me know, which I didn't know about, Tony Heish had just passed away with a car accident this week. I had no idea. I think it was this week or over the weekend. And but he co-wrote a book about the Zappos experience. But Joseph Michelli just knows the book business inside and out. And that was a cool conversation. We had Chandler Bolt on, who in the self-publishing world is kind of like, for lack of a better way of saying it, I think he's the king. He's crushed it in self-publishing, and he's worked with so many of the top authors. He's had everybody from Gary Vaynerchuk to Pat Flynn to Michael Hyatt on the show talking about publishing. And so we were lucky enough to speak with him. Kent Speakman from Connect TV out of Hollywood. And they work, people on their network was everybody from Jay Shetty to Shaman Durek to Tom Bilyeu. So really cool guests. One was, there were a lot of highlights, but one popped in my head was Kyle Wilson. Kelly, I think you were able to catch some of that, but not all of it. But yeah. Kyle Wilson, the real deal. A lot of people, he's a behind the scenes guy, so a lot of people don't know all the stuff he's done. But this is a guy that's coached Robin Sharma, Darren Hardy. He was Jim Rohn's business partner, not just working with him, but his business partner. He helped Jim Rohn go to the up level, if you will, in the speaking career way back in the day. He actually owned Jim Rohn International and JimRohn.com. He actually sold it. I think I might be wrong on this, but I think it was even like it was a foundation that bought it. But yeah, he owned the actual company because that's the way it was set up originally. And he talked yesterday about selling, 6 million copies of one quote book and 8 million copies of another one.
Crazy.
I mean, the guy's, he's been there. I'll just put it that way. Those quote books, I mean, when you have Zig Ziglar's name on the quote book and Jim Rohn, it certainly helps the sales. And the fact that, as he mentioned, people could buy them for 70 cents each if they were buying 100 at a time. And companies, of course, would do that. It makes sense how it happened, but pretty amazing numbers. So really cool to have Kyle on sharing some of those secrets. So to me, that's kind of like an update. If you haven't seen the stuff, go back and watch the replays. But now, having said that, I don't want to steal any more thunder. I want to bring on our first guest today. So let's bring him right up on the screen. Today, I'm super excited to have the event being kicked off by Coach Jim Johnson. And Jim, so great to see you. I know you already had a chance to meet Kelly. Jim, usually what we like to do is get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves and their backstory to kick things off, rather than me reading a bio, on a sheet. And then we'll dive in a lot deeper anyway. So are you able to tell us a little bit about your backstory?
Sure. So I grew up in an athletic family, and my dream was, when I got out of high school, was to be or college, I should say, to be a teacher. And my favorite sport was basketball. So I wanted to be a high school basketball coach. And at 25 years old, which was pretty young in my profession, I became a head coach and at a school about 20 minutes from where I grew up in a suburb of Rochester, New York. And I was excited. And even though the program was in bad shape, I thought I was going to turn it around in 1 year. Well, I did such a good job that I led that team to 17 consecutive losses. And then I was let go of from that job. So that was a really humbling experience early in my career, but it ended up being probably the best professional experience, because it made me realize a couple things. Number one, that I needed to learn a lot about being a coach and being a better leader and how to develop teams. And number two is it gave me a burning desire that never went away for the rest of my career for 30 more years, that I was going to prove that I could be an effective coach. And so I moved on, and I started to have much more success. I actually got a chance to come back to my hometown of Greece, New York, and be a head coach. And then where I guess I had some fame was that back in 2006, I had a young man in our program that was on the autism spectrum, and he tried out for 3 consecutive years, and he never made the team, but he served as our team manager. His name was Jason McElwain. The world now knows him as J-Mac. And so his senior year, when he didn't make the team, I asked him to be our manager again, but I told him I was going to give him a gift. And the gift was I was going to try to get him into our final home game, which we call senior night, where we honor the seniors before the game and we bring their parents or guardians out. And I'll never forget, seeing Jason in uniform before the game and embracing his parents is a memory I still talk about today. I did a virtual presentation yesterday and still gets me choked up. And so to cut to the chase, with about 4 minutes left in the game, I decided to get Jason in. And the first time he touched the ball, he had a 3-pointer from the right corner, and it wasn't even close. And as I kid people, I know you're not supposed to pray in the public schools, but I was praying, dear God, please help him get 1 basket. And then his second shot was a much closer shot, and it hit the rim. So I thought, all right, we're starting to get closer. And then his third shot was a 3-pointer, and he made it, and the place just exploded. And I'm a person of faith, so I thought to myself, God must be a basketball fan. Not only has Jason scored, he's got a 3-pointer. It can't get any better than this, right? Well, unfortunately, his idol is the late, great Kobe Bryant. But for the next 3 minutes, J-Mac turned into Kobe Bryant, and it literally started making shot after shot. And the one thing I'll never forget is at the end of the game, he had made all these baskets. And then our opponent, Spencerport, I want to give kudos to their coach and their players. They were really good sports that night. But Jason actually gets the ball late in the game, and he's dribbling down the court, and I thought he was going to just go in and shoot a short shot. He pulls up like 2 feet behind the 3-point arc, almost an NBA 3. And I'm thinking, Jason, don't shoot for that. It's way too far. It'll ruin the game. He launches a rainbow, swish, it goes in. And the place just erupts. I think I'm living the movie Rudy. I mean, all the students run on the floor, all our players. And the other funny part is Jason's parents have an interesting dynamic. His dad is 6'6", and his mom is 5'2". And you see this little bitty lady bobbing through the crowd and gives him a big hug. And then our players put him up on their shoulders. And at this point, I had no idea how many points he has. And our public address announcer comes on and says, a leading scorer for the Trojans, our team nickname, is J-Mac with 20 points. I'm thinking of my math brain. If he'd played the whole game, he'd scored 160. That's pretty good. And the crazy thing is I felt I did it for all the right reasons. In fact, a great lesson for all of us learned, because I talk a lot about being an effective team player, because Jason was so committed to our team. The thing that touched my heart so deeply is in those last 4 minutes, the players on the court, I never asked them to pass them the ball out of their own hearts. They passed them the ball every time. In fact, I kid Jason, because I still see him all the time, that, Jason, I'm still looking for your first assist. You didn't pass the ball once. But it was a truly remarkable night. And really, just to put closure on the story, is at that point in my career, we had been pretty successful from a win-loss perspective. We had won division titles, but kind of our dream in our area is what we call our sectional title. And that was Jason's dream too. And 3 weeks later, in front of a sold-out arena with 10,000 people, we won our first sectional championship. And just coming back to Kobe Bryant, just 6 months later, or actually, 5 or 6 months later, Jason was invited to the ESPYs. He was up for the greatest sports moment of the year. And Kobe Bryant was one of the 4 finalists, because he had scored 81 points in an NBA game that year. And Jason beat him out for the ESPY. So that kind of was a camper. And then I guess just to say, then Jason was out of our program. He graduated, but he came back 2 years later and said, Coach, I really missed the program. And he ended up being my volunteer assistant for 9 years. And we ended up winning a number of championships. So as I kid people, for a small fee, I will run him out to you. He's a pretty good lecturer. So that's where I am. I retired 4 years ago from coaching. So I've been speaking full time, and I know you guys mentioned about pivoting. So I've had to pivot on, starting to do virtual presentations, which initially was not my cup of tea, but we're working on it, because that's the reality of the world. And I have a book called A Coach and a Miracle that I wrote about it, the story, but I've always wanted to write a leadership book. So this time is giving me, I've actually partnered with a local college professor here in town, and we're writing a book for young and emerging leaders that we want to release next year. So that catches you up a little bit.
Absolutely. And there's so many directions to go from there. But, it's funny what popped in my head when you said to him, I'm still waiting for your assist. But I'm thinking when you said that, is he's thinking, I waited so long for these moments. I'm gonna enjoy, and I might not get them again. So I'm gonna enjoy every second on here, and take every shot I can. That's what my head went to.
Right.
I waited for years.
Yep. So.
But, yeah. So today we're talking about, as I mentioned, authorpreneurship. We've mixed in speaking a lot as well. Mm-hmm. And we talked a bit about podcasting, which could be from the person going on podcasts and their experience there, or having a podcast. I guess where I'd like to start first, though, is on the book side, because one of the questions we always get, Jim, is self-published versus published. I should say, traditional publisher versus self-publishing. Mm-hmm. And I believe you went with a traditional publisher.
It was actually an in between. It's kind of a long story, but I did not self-publish, but it was not with a traditional. It was actually a smaller publisher in my Catholic faith. It was a big time Catholic author that we connected, and he had his own publishing company. So I did not publish my own book. So although this book, we may self-publish the second book. We'll see. So go ahead.
Ask you, which I feel like I probably know the answer, but I'm curious just the same. What when he approached you, I don't know if that was what made you decide, okay, maybe I should put a book out, or if you already planned it. But what was, what led to the decision to not self-publish, for instance, at the time? Was it just timing based on what the publishing industry looked like then, or?
Yeah, well, what really happened is that we had a good and a challenge. The good was the fact that the story, it exploded all over the world. So we had that. The negative part is, I was a first-time author. Now, I did have a co-author. He actually was a newspaper writer in town, And he actually, ironically, has two sons on the autism spectrum. So Jason's story really touched him deeply. So I was very proud of the book. But we actually originally did, which is very rare. We had a literary agent, but Jason had a book come out that didn't do very well. Now obviously I love Jason, but I'm a little biased. I felt my book was a lot better because it gave a lot more details of what happened. But, the fact that he had released a book before we released ours made it a little bit more of a challenge. And so our agent couldn't find us the right deal. And then we were getting on the path of self-publishing when this opportunity came that, we ended up using. It's the great thing about publishing books right now is that there's so many different options. So I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's got to be what you do. I could talk hours on the fact that people think if you get a book published that they're going to do all the marketing for you, and that you're so wrong. So if you want a book to sell, you better have a marketing plan, and that was something I learned kind of the hard way.
Well, I'll tell you and I said I'll take a guess, but I wasn't sure about why you might have chose publishing, and you've answered the whole story there anyway. But you had a key thing there is when I went with Morgan James Publishing for my latest book, and I went self-published for most of the rest. There was a specific reason, and so people always say to me, "Well, should I self-publish or should I go with a publisher?" And I'll tell people there's many reasons why you could do either or, but
right.
The biggest reason, if you want to go with a publisher and you're insistent on it, it should be because you need distribution that you can't do on your own.
Right.
For instance, somebody sent me a message. So my book, your quote is in the book that I'm talking about. That book was self-published first, and it was out for like 2 years. Then we brought it to a publisher. Well, I'm 11 books in, and somebody sent me a message about 2 weeks after we went with the publisher, or 2 weeks after they said the book is released for pre-order, and they sent me a message and said, "Corey, check this out." And it was a link to my book on Target and Walmart. And I'm like, I couldn't have done that for 10 years as an author. So distribution, getting you in those places. And then if you do have a book that goes viral, how are you going to manage that if you've never done one and it's self-published?
Right.
Like our good friend Kelly talked about it last time. James Redfield was on, who wrote Celestine Prophecy, 20-some million copies sold. And he said, like, they had a good run as a self-published book, but there gets to be a point where you're financing, you're spending so much money to get the next books out. You got to say, do I want to keep doing this? Or would I rather leave it to somebody else?
Right.
That it's hard to service that many people if you're doing it on your own.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, absolutely great point.
So I think circulation, distribution, that would be the reason. But the big thing is, to your point, Jim, is a lot of people think it's going to be the marketing. I'm going to go with HarperCollins. And if I do get lucky enough to sign with HarperCollins, I'm never going to have to do another thing again. I'm going to be filthy rich.
Right.
And they don't realize that, my experience, I know actually on the other side what HarperCollins does, because we have a podcast. And HarperCollins is sending us press releases all the time. Hey, we have this new author. It's a great book they have coming out. So I will say from my experience, and also having a lot of HarperCollins authors, for instance, that I've interviewed, that's the thing that they do. They'll send out press releases and that, but they're not out there selling the books. They're not out there, going on to virtual events and speaking on your behalf. You're still having to do all that stuff. So I love that you added that, because not everybody gets that.
Right. Absolutely. For sure.
And so, Kelly, I don't want to leave you out here. So, Kelly, being on the book side yourself so heavily, any questions for Jim before I continue down the path that I'm on right now?
Yeah, I agree. Like, some people think that once they get with a big traditional, the big 5 publishers, that's the holy grail. And that you're right, Corey, they won't have to do anything else. And then they're going to do all the marketing for them. And they still expect you to market your books. So that's why I always suggest to people, go the self-published route, get your book done, and then on your further books, maybe think about approaching a traditional publisher.
I think as well, the book business is a very unique, confusing business, and people don't realize that either. So and again, I'm not saying you should do either or, but the one benefit as well, as Kelly said, of self-publishing is you get to learn the book business. And you probably don't want to learn the book business being with one of the big 5 companies if you've never written a book before, because you're learning it. And if you fail on it, you'll probably never get a big 5 deal again.
Right.
Who we had on? We had somebody on that was talking about that who was it that was on, Kelly, talking about that, about they were with a traditional publisher and the sales suffered, so then they struggled to get the next book. I can't remember who it was. Somebody, you might not have been on for it, but we was talking about that. Like, once you have the one book, and if it fails, they can see that. Oh, I remember it was Joseph Michelli. He was talking about getting advances and how, like, he gets an advance each book, but if one of those book fails from that advance, he's probably never going to get another advance. So he said everybody talks, I want to get the big advance, and they think it's a bonus when really it's just a payment against future sales. But he said you need to cover those sales, because if you don't, they're never probably going to look at you again, and they can see the sales and know that it didn't happen.
Right.
So why learn on that one chance you have? Now, I want to go back, because this ties into speaking and the book, which is a signature story. And Kelly, you're in a unique experience like Jim, where you have a signature story. Just a 2-second overview. Jim, Kelly, as a burn victim, was burned at age 2 and shared her story of the struggle she's went through. It's become a documentary, a book. And so you guys both know the goods and bads about having a signature story. And some people might think, why are you saying bads, Corey? But I know as a speaker, it gets hard as having a signature story, because in some cases you can get typecast. It can be hard to do another talk and all those kind of things. So can you talk about, from your perspective, Jim, what it's like having a signature story, whether that's as an author or a speaker? And you mentioned now you want to write a leadership book, so you want to probably step outside that story somewhat as well.
Yeah, there's no question that you can be typecast. I feel extremely blessed that I was part of this story, because it touches my heart very deeply. And people do ask me. I mean, that was 14 years ago. Do you get tired talking about the story? Because I do some other presentations, and sometimes I don't talk about the JMax story, depending on what the client wants. But I don't have a problem still talking about it, because it touched me so deeply. But there are some other things, like, for example, at one time we had a movie deal, and unfortunately right now it's fizzled. The frustration part of that is because it wasn't strictly just my story. It was, yes, I put Jason in the game, but it was Jason and his family. And there was some things I'm not going to get in, I know it's, kind of private, but it's there's some tricky things there when you're dealing with multiple people that might have different motivations. And that's the one thing it took me a little while, because I was frustrated, and I'm like, you know what? I got to go back to my roots. My roots is, I got into this profession because I want to help young people. My brand is I'm an inspirational leader. So I want to try to inspire people every day. And if I do that, then I feel like, I'm doing my purpose on this earth. So.
Love that. And Kelly, did you have a question for Jim on the signature story side? Because again, it's rare that at 2 people would have a signature story on the same call.
I love that you talk about that, because I don't know how many times I've repeated my story, and sometimes it feels like, oh my God, again, right? Like sometimes you feel like you're getting tired, but then what you have to remember, and this is what one of my coaches said, although we might be tired of telling our story, our audience isn't tired of hearing our story.
Right.
So because they may not have heard it. Right. And, even my niece, she's trying to, get into the whole speaker world. And she said, I'm so tired of telling my story. Everybody's sick of hearing it. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're not sick of hearing of it, because not everybody's heard your story. And you don't know if that story is going to impact one more person that's going to keep them alive. And that's one of the things I love is, I've had text messages where people have said to me, and this is just a young guy. I think he was like 17 or 18. And he said, thank you for telling me your story. I was going to go commit suicide.
Wow. Yeah, that's powerful.
Right? And it's like, oh, I'm so glad I told my story.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so I guess the other side then, Jim, as far as the speaking, you mentioned having to pivot. I think we all pretty much know why, and anybody who's in the speaking world obviously understands that, and they're dealing with it themselves probably. I mean, Kelly's a full-time speaker, so she's experienced this. Myself, I had already been pivoting 6 months before COVID sort of was announced, so I just had, just timing worked for me a little bit, because I know now I'd be 5 or 6 months behind if that wouldn't have happened. And Kelly had already pivoting and doing, as you can see on her title here, Amazon bestseller strategist. She was already working with authors, so the timing worked out okay, but all three of us, I'm sure, lost bookings, live bookings. And so you mentioned doing that pivot. The virtual events, have you found, Jim, that, and you don't have to go into any detail on this, but I'm just curious because it's the question I get all the time. Have you found that the virtual events on the paid side, are you coming across them regularly? Because, one of the things you hear from people is that I have to lower my fee. I have to be willing to do some that there's no fee. It's just a different ball game. So what kind of shifts have you had to make there?
Well, because the fact that it is a different thing, although, because I'm doing it, I've set up this little home office, so it's a different ball game. So yes, I've had to reduce my fees. I've actually got back out, and because I needed also some practice in doing it virtually. So I was willing to, speak to things like Rotary clubs that, are not going to pay you just to get, number one, that people, know that you're still doing this business, because, there's basically no live events right now, or very few. And then secondly is just getting comfortable, because it's strange the first couple of times you do it. You're talking to your computer, and when you because I've done speaking for quite a while now, I know kind of some lines that are going to either touch people or get a laugh, and now you don't get that. So
I know
it's a real a challenge on that part. And so, in fact, I went through about 6 weeks where I wasn't sure that I was going to stay with it, because technology and me, sometimes we're not the best of friends. And what I realized, though, was, I mentioned this earlier, but, I really did a lot of reflective thinking. I said, you know what? I still want to try to make a positive difference in the world. And, right, the reality is right now, there's not many live events. So if I'm going to stay in, I got to make an impact. And certainly one of those ways right now is to do virtual presentations. So, I had a couple of people that have mentored me, and I've practiced, and I've worked at. I've got a couple part-time staff that I've hired here locally, so they come in and make sure everything's right. And so I've definitely had to pivot. And I'm getting more and more comfortable. I did one yesterday, and I thought it went really well, and I got some really nice feedback. So it's something that I'm going to stay with. Is it my major cup of tea? No, I want to go back to live events. I'm not going to lie to anybody. I'd rather be in front of people, and because I know some things, and and sometimes you do, if you get into a streak where you're traveling quite a bit, it can get tiring, no question about it. But I still like so many of the things. In fact, going into a new place, meeting new people, trying to make a positive difference with your presentation. Those for me were always more rewarding than sometimes the grueling type of the fact that you got to get on a plane and make sure you make this flight and all that kind of thing. So but that's the reality right now, and the people that are pivoting and making adjustments are the ones that are responding the best. And I'm fortunate because I was in another profession, so I have a retirement. I have a lot of empathy. I mean, I have some speaking friends who are doing really well that really plummeted. My revenue did plummet, no question about it, for a while. But at the same time, I didn't, that wasn't how I was feeding my family. So that's a big difference, as opposed to, somebody that was doing really well in the speaking industry, and all of a sudden there's no live events. And if you don't make that pivot, you're out of luck. So.
Absolutely. And I remember in 2008, again, I would never say a name, but I remember some big speakers that I knew in 2008 when the housing crisis happened.
Yeah.
Of course, it affected everything. So, and I was a full-time speaker all the way through it. We were in Canada, so in some ways it hit us later, and I had more time to pivot because I basically most of my talks ended up being in Canada during that time because the U.S. was hit harder first. Mm-hmm. And I just kept pivoting industry to industry because it seemed like each industry would lose their budgets later. So I got through it. It was like 2 years of pivoting. But I know some really big name speakers who told me just personally that like they've lost everything, like just starting from scratch. And it was like it only hit them for a year, but it tore everything down because you're still. And I don't even think it's that they're overspending. It's just you're used to living a certain lifestyle, and you don't expect it here. So yeah, totally get that. And obviously, being a person that helps speakers 1,000% empathy. And I mean, I was curious how the pivot has been affecting you, but yeah, I'm the same thing. I'd rather be speaking in front of a live audience as far as doing a talk every day of the week, because to your point, there's stuff I know that when I share that moment, I'm going to get either a laugh or a sigh or a wow. And you don't know if you're getting it through the computer, because you would say, well, if you know it works every time, I'm sure they're still feeling the same way. But I think sometimes what happens when we're in front of an audience, they feed off each other.
Right.
So if somebody starts laughing beside me, I go, oh, it's okay to laugh at this.
Right.
And I don't analyze it as much. And so just like a stand-up comic, I can't imagine trying to do stand-up through Zoom.
I know. Yes.
So I'm glad to hear though that it's coming back around and you didn't decide to throw in the towel. The other question I have is back to the book for a second. This is a question we get, and to tie speaking and the book together. And then maybe I'll ask you a question about podcasting too before we let you run.
Okay.
On the book side, how important is it, and was it for you as a speaker to also have a book? And the reason I say that is because I know some speakers that have built a career for 25 years, never had a book, but I also know the reasons to have a book. So was it a thought for you at all? Like, did you write the book and then get into speaking? And I guess my question out of that is, how important was the book in terms of getting speaking gigs and getting your message out?
Well, because, after that game, I got thrust into the speaking world. So I actually was speaking for almost 5 years before we released the book. And I just had a lot of people, say, you got to write a book about this. And so do I think it's helpful as a speaker to have a book? Yes, I absolutely do. And in the last couple of years, I've done more leadership talks to, teams and businesses and that type of thing. And I don't have a leadership book per se. So that was something, that part of this pivot is that I think it is important to have that, because it gives you a little bit more credibility. And certainly, when you go speak at an event, it's something you can do for back of the room sales, or sometimes you negotiate where they'll want to have a book for everybody in attendance. I mean, so there's a lot of different things you can do. Plus, it's something, people can have. So they, if they really liked you as a presenter and they have your book, you're like, oh, that's right, we should hire him for, our next event or whatever. So I definitely would say, and because you're absolutely right. I mean, since I joined the National Speakers Association about a decade ago, I know some really good speakers that, have never written a book, but I think it does enhance what you're doing. I think it's a credibility piece, and there's a lot of different ways you can use the book, not only selling it, but, sending it as a gift. I mean, there's a lot of positive ways. Because as you said, it's a tangible item. So somebody, they may keep it on your desk, and now you're out in front of them, so you're always thinking, when you're in profession, is how do you keep in front of people? Social media is certainly part of that, but if people have tangible things from you, that's very helpful, I believe. Well,
it makes me think of a story I heard from Tom Ziegler talking about his father Zig, and he said that, and this always stuck in my mind. Kelly, I shared the story with you, I believe, but it always stuck in my mind on the power of books and tapes. Ziegler was back the tape CEO at the top,
right.
But he called into his office one day, and he was talking to his assistant, and he said, "Lori, I'm wondering, can you look through the testimonials? I'm just looking for like common themes and stuff." And the funny part is, at first she said, well, I was starting to count them. She said, but there's too many. So what she started doing was she started weighing them. She basically said, what a 50 weigh? And then that's how they weighed to figure out how many they had. But what he noticed when they reviewed through them is like 90% of the testimonials, what they could figure out is that those people came to him through the book or the audio program.
Wow.
And then hired them if there was somebody hired to speak, then hired him to speak. And so the thing is that what it reminded him is, you might feel that I shouldn't be selling my product or telling people about it. But he said, once I realized that 90% of the people that discovered the Ziegler brand came that route, I realized it was my moral obligation to tell them about my tapes and my books. And that's such a discovery, because I think most people feel like I'm shilling or selling something. And in fact, it's the way that people take you home, as you said, and start to learn from you and have that big impact, that it's hard to have just a 45-minute talk and make them go, here's why I should do it. But your book's going to show them how.
Right, exactly.
And I feel like we forget that. I still want to ask you about podcasting. And then, Kelly, I want to make sure that if you have a question for Jim, we get that in before he runs as well. But have you done much in the way of podcasts? And if so, have you seen it be a thing that's helped move the needle at all in any way, or even for brand awareness? I'm just curious your experience with podcasts.
Well, first of all, I'll say this first, then I'll directly answer your question. Is that another pivot I've done in COVID? I've listened to certainly some podcasts, but now I'm because I want to get out of my house, so I do a walk almost every single day and listen to some podcast. So that's been a real positive. There's certainly been a lot of negative with COVID, but that was one life change that I, because I've always been big into feeding my mind. I listen to audio programs in my car, and I'm an avid reader. But to answer your question, I personally don't do a podcast, but I do feel there's a lot of benefits. I've been interviewed on probably dozens of podcasts over the last whatever years it's been. So I definitely think it's, again, another way to share your message, share in getting people to know about you. So I definitely think it's helpful. We've considered it, but it's just something that I personally have chosen not to do, because if I'm going to do it, I want to do it right. I'm not sure I want to make that kind of commitment. But I think I will say this of a number of my friends in the profession of speaking that do podcasts. I think it's helped their business immensely. I really do. And I know you do a podcast I was on a while ago that I'm sure it's been a very beneficial. But I do believe if you're going to do it, you got to do it right, and that means that you got to do the prep work. You got to get the guests, and whether and there's very, very like there's some people that just strictly do a podcast, that they're sharing information. Then you've got kind of a combo where they might do a 20-minute talk, and then they have a guest the other day, and then you got a lot of podcasts are where they're interviews. But whatever you choose, I think the huge thing, just like in marketing, is if you're going to do a podcast, make sure that you're willing to put the work in to do it, because I think it will be beneficial to you. But it is a commitment, and people that develop good podcasts are consistent. They're bringing new interviews at least a couple times a month, and people that you really listen are doing more than that. So
yeah, amen. Something you said there that's so big. I don't want to gloss over that before I throw it over to Kelly, but what you just said about the commitment, and so many people see podcasting as this this low-hanging fruit. I'm just going to do a podcast, like I said about the book earlier, and that everything will come. And I don't know if people know this, but the burn rate or the drop rate for podcasters, it's 9 weeks, the average podcast.
Wow.
The reason, I think, is because people go into it, think they're going to have this huge success, and they're going to build it, and people come, and then they see their numbers. And they go, my episode only had 70 listeners, which, by the way, here's the point. Most of those same people would travel across the country to speak to 70 people.
Right.
They go, I only had 70 listeners. This is a failure. I'm going to waste my time for 70 listeners. Not realizing even Joe Rogan, I don't know what he started with, but it certainly wasn't like 3 million listeners a month or whatever he's at now.
Right.
At the point, a lot of people think podcasting is going to be easy and then give up because it's not. And I actually respect more a person saying, I realize this is not for me. We had a guy on the show a long time ago, Jordan Harbinger, who had the show called Art of Charm, and then now he has the Jordan Harbinger show. And I mean, this guy, like, the Art of Charm probably had 70 million listeners a year, something crazy like that. And my question was, Jordan, everybody probably asked you this, but what would you recommend to early podcasters or people wanting to start a podcast? And he said, well, I would say for those that are wanting to start a podcast, don't start a podcast.
Yeah.
And I said, why do you say that? And he said, because there's so many other ways you could get the same amount of results with less work. A podcast is a lot of work. And he said, if I would have started in YouTube as early on as I did with podcasting, he said, I'd probably have 5 times the audience.
Yeah.
His audience seems huge. I mean, we had Evan Carmichael on last time, and Evan Carmichael has, I think it's like 400 million views on his videos. Well,
Wow.
He probably has more views actually than Jordan has listeners, and they started around the same time. And it's not because obviously Jordan's crushing it at the top level, but it's just, I think his point is that YouTube can go more viral because you're not competing with as many people
Right.
if you're doing a regular YouTube show. And so I never forgot the fact that he said, the advice I would give beginning podcasters is don't do a podcast.
Yeah.
And it makes me go back to the fact that it's better to know podcasting's not for you than to go, it's low-hanging fruit, I'll try it, and then give up. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And that's why I've been, because with my co-author, we've done some Facebook Live talks, and because we want to start promoting what we're doing, and so I think you've got to have a presence out there, whatever you choose. But I'm 100% with you. That's the reason I haven't done a podcast personally, although I love being interviewed on them because I enjoy them. Is that it is a great commitment, and if you're going to do it right, you got to put that time and effort into it consistently, because otherwise, I just think you'll struggle with it. And I didn't know that fact, but that's a great point, Corey. The fact that, after 9 weeks, a lot of people give up. But it makes sense to me. So.
Yeah, it's so true. And the average number of a reason that I put that number there, well, I said 70, but the average listenership on a podcast when they've looked across the board is 114, I think, listeners.
Wow.
And so again, people would probably think it's like thousands and thousands. So it's just interesting to know that, first of all, if you're going into the podcasting world, knowing that is kind of comforting, because when you start and you only have 14, you're like, oh, I'm like 20% of the way there. But Jim, I obviously want to ask you as we bring things to a close, how we can learn more and connect more. But Kelly, I also promised I'd give you a last second to ask anything else you might have, anything you want to share, burning question or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I guess the one question I have is, what's next for you?
So what's next for me is really making two things. I want to really finish this book. So that's one of my major goals. And then the second thing is really continue to improve in this virtual world. And learning as much as I can to be the best presenter I can. Like one of the things now that I'm putting virtual presentations, I believe I'm going to try to do like a speaker reel on my virtual presentations. Those are things I probably have never thought of, and now that's the reality. Is that that you got to, if you're going to stay in the game virtually, people got to know you're doing it, and and so. So those are really the two major things from a business perspective, is just getting better with the virtual presentations, and then finishing this book. I think it'll be a really good book, and we're going to focus on trying to help young and emerging leaders, which I've read numerous leadership books, but I haven't seen too many that really focus on helping young leaders. So that's what we're going to really focus on, trying to help the young people. So
that's excellent.
Love it. So, Jim, the last question then is, where can people find more? Is there a hub? Where would you send them if they want to?
So my website is the best place to go. It's CoachJimJohnson.com. Coach Jim, JimJohnson.com. CoachJimJohnson.com. As I kid people, reason I put it there is so I knew I wouldn't forget that one. And then on that, we do have a weekly blog that people can sign up for free. I do a monthly newsletter. We do have a YouTube channel, so I do a lot of videos as well. And and then I'm on social media with mainly Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, but I am starting to try to figure out the Instagram world as well. So, I try to post, like I do a inspirational thought every morning, and then I usually do a leadership thought in the afternoon. I do a book recommendation because I'm an avid reader every Wednesday. So that'll be put out. So, my main thing is I just want to inspire and help people. So, that's why I'm finding different ways to stay in the game and try to accomplish, that's really my personal mission, is to help others make their dreams come true. So that's why I want to stay in it. So.
Love it, Jim. Well, I'm glad you decided to stay in it, because you're making a difference. I mean, you've made a difference in my life, and I'm certain you're making a difference in a lot of other lives. So, Jim, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. I always call it a to be continued, because I know it's not our last conversation.
Right.
But I so thank you and honor you and salute you for joining us today and taking the time to share your powerful story and your powerful message. So thank you for being you, and thanks for joining us. And we'll wave the flag for you. And I put your website in the comments as well. So people will see it all throughout the replay over the next bunch of days as well. So at least they'll know how to connect with you. And other than that, to be continued, my friend.
Well, thank you, Corey. It's always a pleasure to see you and the talk. Kelly, it was wonderful to meet you, and God bless you both, and be safe and do well. And again, if there's anything from my side I can help you with, keep me posted. All right. So.
Awesome. Jim, much my friend. Thank you so much. We'll chat soon.
All right. Sounds good. Bye.
Awesome. Wow. Kelly, you hadn't met Jim before, I don't think so. Such an amazing story, but also such an amazing person. You can probably tell just by his energy and by who he is. And that's every time I've ever talked to him, that's who he is. Like, he's just the, humble guy who's really had a big impact on the world and continue to do so. And one thing I'll say about him too that has always so impressed me is if you tweet to him, and you can test this by the way if you want, if you tag him in LinkedIn, if you do any of that stuff, especially with Twitter though, because you don't see it as much with Twitter, if you tag him in a tweet, he will actually go out of his way to thank you for tagging him in a tweet. Or
that's so awesome.
Even though bigger than that, even just a retweet. He thanks people for retweets. The only two people I know that do it at the level that he does is him and Bob Berg. We had Bob on last time. Bob's the same thing. You can't. I don't think you can get. I've tried it. You can try to trick him. I've done it like 2 a.m. just because I was up one time. I'm like, I'm gonna see if he always does it. And sure enough, thanks for the retweet, that speaker guy. Those two guys, I don't know how they do it, but I applaud them for doing it. So you don't see that often, and it speaks a lot about their character.
That's excellent.
Awesome. Cool. I'm going to bring up our next guest. It's ironic because, as I mentioned, Kelly, I'm only going to be here for about 10 minutes, and then you'll be fully taken over, which is kind of disappointing because I haven't seen this guy in quite some time, so I'm going to have to bring him on to the podcast or something if he's up for that. But let's bring him right on the screen to maximize the time I have before I have to jet.
Sure.
So, James, Mel, so excited to have you here today. Kelly Falardo here is my host, James. So excited to have you guys meet, and really cool scenario. And then James, we'll get you to introduce yourself really quickly and dive right in. But I met James at a golf tournament in Halifax, Nova Scotia of all places, in Atlantic, Canada. And based on just stuff he told me when we were talking that day, and then also a mutual friend, Jeff, had told me about him, I said, this guy's going to go places. And it's so amazing the distance he's traveled from Atlantic, Canada in the years since. So, James, I'm so excited to have you here today. And James, like I said, we usually get people to do a little introduction about themselves. And don't worry about how long it is because we're going to dive in deeper anyway.
Corey, it's so good to see you. Oh my gosh, I remember that golf tournament down in Chester. Mm-hmm. And it's so amazing to see you. Nice to meet you as well, Kelly, and for everybody watching or listening or checking out the replay as well. And so a quick introduction. Wow. So to give a little bit of a background, I did grow up and got started in Halifax, Nova Scotia, east coast of Canada. And I started there and I did what I thought you were supposed to do. I went to college. I got somewhat decent grades. I worked and paid my way through college, all that type of thing. And then I got into a corporate job. And within a year, I realized, oh my gosh, this isn't for me. It's showing up in a cubicle, wearing a suit and tie, and having to beg for vacation 6 months in advance and sometimes get it rejected wasn't for me. And it was in that moment, Corey, that I decided, you know what, I'm going to create the type of life and the type of business that I want to do, that I'm going to wake up every morning and be passionate about, that I'm going to be excited about, and that makes an impact. And so in that moment, I decided to quit my corporate job. So scared. I didn't know what I was going to do at the time. But what I did do is I found a mentor and I started teaching and investing in myself. I went through programs. I taught myself how to get online because that's where I saw things were going. This was back 10 years ago, where I remember going into Sobeys, Sobeys on the east coast of Canada. I'd go in there and I'd get my groceries, and then I wouldn't have to check out with an actual attendant. They had the self-checkout back, and I saw that's where things were going. And I always was Wayne Gretzky say, skate where the puck is going. I was like, I got to get online. And the thing is, they didn't teach this in school or college or university at the time. So that's why I had to invest in myself. I had to spend my own money into my own education. I got online, over a decade now, and I've never looked back. I've grown a 7-figure online business. We help and inspire coaches around the world. I've then learned how similar format. Once I started making money, I said, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this? I didn't want to be one of those people that just spent it on frivolous things or squandered it away. So then I taught myself real estate investing. And I've gone on to invest in real estate over the past 10 years as well. And currently have a real estate portfolio that's 104 units with 5 more pending. So this next deal goes through and it'll be 109 units. And it's been amazing. And I started teaching people how to invest in real estate. We teach people how to build their coaching practice and online businesses and products. So it's been amazing and really, really inspiring the whole time. And now I live here in Vancouver. That's where I'm tuning in from right now. So about as far away as you can be from Nova Scotia, where it all began.
But still in Canada, which is still impressive to grow from Canada at that level.
I love it. I love Canada. Yeah.
So one of the things that you just did, James, that I had just noticed from afar, but you put together a big virtual event yourself this month. And, just give people a perspective, because, sometimes people hear somebody has grown this big business, but they don't know, they don't have any context. And just to give a perspective for people, to give you a feel for the level that James is playing at, I'm looking at it on the screen here, but on his last event, he had Les Brown, Elisa Nichols, Evan Carmichael, T. Harbecker, Jack Canfield. We actually, it's interesting because we've had a few of them on this event in the last little bit as well. But, James, the question I get all the time, so I'd love to ask you this question, is how did you start that part of your journey? Like how you said, I worked with a mentor, I started getting into real estate, but the big thing is people want to know, okay, how do I connect with these high level influencers without doing it in a way that's manipulative? But how did you actually start to build those relationships? Because that doesn't happen easily.
No, it doesn't happen easily. And I'm a big believer that everything happens for a reason, so to speak. So one of my early jobs, as you know, was working at the Chamber of Commerce. Mm-hmm. And at the time, Chamber of Commerce, kind of like a hub for those that don't know, for business, and a lot of networking and that type of thing happens there. And this is one of my first jobs. And I didn't know it at the time, but I'm a big believer in putting yourself into positions and environments where you want to become the type of person that it is you want to become, and you are who you surround yourself with. So I got involved in the Chamber of Commerce, and I really quickly learned how to meet and network with people and connect, that type of thing. And that skill set, I didn't know at the time, would then prove to be really valuable later on down the road. And so then when I got into the online space, because it's all virtual, like right now we're virtual, right? We're not in person, whatnot. What I started doing is, like, you can have decent connections virtually. It's no problem with that. And if you could go on video and whatnot, it's even better. But I started going to events. I started going to events in person. I started putting in the work. I started traveling. I started getting those red-eye flights, all that type of stuff. I started investing money in events and flights and hotel, all that stuff. And I started going to events. And I did that straight for about 5 years. Because when I first got started, I knew this was a new industry. It was a new people I was looking to connect with. And so to answer your question, Corey, I started building those relationships long before I needed them or was going to put on an event like the one you're just referring to, the Get Ahead Challenge. So the biggest thing with relationships that I can share is you invest in those long, kind of like our relationship. I mean, that started over 10 years ago now. And here we are now live on here. That started long ago. So that's the biggest tip, I guess I could say, and how I really went to do there. Of course, there's other things that play into it, but that's the mindset that I'd share, is like you build relationships long before, you need something, quote unquote, need something.
What's funny, I shared this Zig Ziglar quote, I think, twice so far since Monday, but I'll share it again because it's so appropriate. I think it was Zig. I believe it was Zig that said, dig your well before you're thirsty. And that's what it makes me think of. Like, do this stuff, plant the seed before you need the tree. But most people in today's world, what do? They're out there trying to give me the seeds for the tree, give me the tree, give me the apples from the tree. I'm not going to take the time to grow a tree myself. And so I think it also makes you stand out, James, where you're not that person like everybody else saying, hey, I want your connection. I want you to share this with your list.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big believer of Zig Ziglar, huge fan. And one of my favorite quotes by him is, help enough people get what they want and you'll get what you want. So anytime I'm connecting with somebody new, and this is what I recommend for anybody watching or listening right now, is how can you be of service? How can you add value to what they're doing, either personally or professionally? And when you take that mindset, when you take that approach, good things are going to happen. Nobody likes being hit up with business cards or, hey, can you just do this? Like, that's not really going to get you very far, get you ahead. So like you mentioned, Corey, I always recommend, how can you be of service? How can you connect somebody with somebody else that's going to help them get ahead? All those types of things. That's how I would recommend doing it.
Love it. Well, James, I think you probably heard when you were coming on. I had something. The only thing I couldn't change this whole week is during your interview. So that's why I started out asking questions, because Kelly is going to take over. But with your permission, I'm going to call it a to be continued, because I know we're just starting to scratch the surface. And if you're up for it, maybe I can bring you on my podcast. We're just about to reboot it. We've been off for a little bit of a break, but I think it'd be a great fit if that's something you're up for.
Oh, sounds awesome. Yeah, let me know.
Cool. Let's make that happen. Kelly, I'm going to hand it over to you if that's cool. Like I say, apologize, James. It's the only thing in the whole week I couldn't switch. And Kelly, just so you know, I'll be listening on the outside in, so I'll know when James is saying goodbye and you're bringing the next guest on. So you guys are going to crush it. I know it. So thanks so much, James, for doing this. I so appreciate you.
You bet. Thanks, Corey.
Absolutely.
Well, it's funny, James, because when Corey asked me if I would take over for him, for you, I better learn more about James. So, so I was on your blog and stuff and checking it out. And, you know, one of the videos that you were talking about is how you have someone that you were helping was an employee that wanted to be an entrepreneur and how to make that shift. And so I didn't get to listen to the whole video, but can you share more about that? Because I know that's a big thing right now with COVID, is that a lot of people, you know, are stuck and they don't know what else to do. And, you know, some people are losing their jobs. And I always feel like you need to like expand and open up, and what else can you do? And so I'd love to hear your opinion on that sort of thing.
So as an employee, what an employee can do to get ahead, so to speak, if they're
or make that shift, or get out of that mindset of thinking that they're stuck with just that one job.
Right. So one of the things that, if somebody does have the ambition to start their own business, which in my experience, there's a great model by Robert Kiyosaki, which is, it's something like the 4 quadrants or whatnot. And I don't remember it exactly, but most of us start off as an employee, then we move to subcontractor, then to business owner, then investor. And it's a progression, it's an evolution, so to speak. And so oftentimes what I see is somebody wants to jump right to the very end. And I would be cautious about this, because in my experience, and this is the route I've taken too, is it is a progression. I started off as an employee. I personally then moved to subcontractor, then business owner, now investor. And so I think if somebody has that long-term perspective, that's gonna really help out. The other thing that I found to be, there's lots of different ways to do this, but my personal way of doing this is, if you want to be an entrepreneur in a particular area or industry, if at all possible, go work inside that industry, get a job, get employed in a role inside of that industry. Why? Because then you're essentially getting paid to learn. You're getting paid to learn. And I kind of mentioned this in the questions that Corey mentioned about networking and whatnot. I got paid to learn when I was at one of those jobs at Chamber of Commerce, and networking and learning how to do that whole thing. So you also learn the business model when you do that, and you learn how things work behind the scenes. So that's what I recommend. The second thing, a bit more tangible, now that you understand the mindset, is that we all have the ability right now to do something like this, to go online, to start a YouTube channel, to start a podcast, to start an Instagram account, whatever the case may be. There's lots of platforms. There's lots of ways to connect. Back even 5-10 years ago, you know, feels like the ice age. But if you think about it, starting something like that, you'd have to put on an in-person event that would cost tens of thousands of dollars. You'd have to send out advertising. It would cost, you know, if you're doing TV or some of these different things, again, tens of thousands of dollars. Now you learn some of the skills in this day and age, you can get ahead really easily without spending a lot of money. So I would recommend investing in some of those platforms. I would recommend learning some of these skills that are current and modern, and I would build an audience. I would recommend building an audience with a long-term view. Again, nothing happens overnight. I was listening to a little bit of the interview you were doing before this around podcasting, and that's absolutely true, right? Most people start it, and if they aren't a home run success after a week, it's like, oh, this didn't work, right? Of course it didn't work in a week. So if you invest in one of these, and I recommend picking one thing, specializing in it, getting really good at it, committing to it for the long term. If you can get a mentor or coach so you don't have to reinvent the wheel, You can achieve whatever you want. And I do recommend focusing on an online business. Why? Because you can do it anywhere in the world. Second reason is it's not very expensive to run or start up. I mean, gosh, my internet connection, less than $100. Yours is probably too. That's about it. And then a computer. So that's what I would do. And I think it's a really important where you put your focus. The other thing I would mention on top of that, I always say what gets scheduled gets done. If you're really serious about it, you want to start up a side project, passion project, or be an entrepreneur, and you're currently an employee, you have to schedule time to work on your business. You have to schedule time to work on your business. It's not just going to happen automatically. And if you can just schedule, what I recommend, start with 30 minutes a day. Because what happens when you schedule the 30 minutes and then you honor that, you start having that commitment, then you start building momentum and consistency, and that's how things will happen over time. So that's how I would approach it. If you set up the systems and structures for success, then good things will start to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've always been scared of doing live events because of that big financial investment and then getting butts and seats. And I still remember when COVID hit and I said to myself, okay, what's stopping you now? There's no financial issue. You've got Zoom, you've got Facebook, you've got 5,000 friends on Facebook, just do it. So, it's so important. It's just like, just do it.
Get it done, get ahead. That's what I always say. Get it done, get ahead. I know I'm a recovering perfectionist myself. We can create all sorts of stories. We can create like the perfectionism or the what if this goes right? What if it goes wrong? What are people going to... We're going to have all those stories, and that's totally normal. It's totally normal as you go through it. And these are opportunities to work through these things. And one of the things I always mention, Kelly, is that your business will only grow to the extent that you grow as a person. So a big part of success, especially if you want to do it in the business sense, is being able to overcome these stories and these limiting beliefs and the things that are holding us back. And as you do that, not only will you'll be able to get the results you want in business, but you'll grow personally as well. Business can be the ultimate personal development tool if you let it.
Oh, totally. I've had so many failures. I've had so many failures, but it's not about it being a failure. It's about what have I learned from that failure?
Yeah. And it's interesting, like the language we use, like, is it actually a failure? I mean, probably not. It's the way I see things is I'm very open to trying things and just taking action. Why? Because I know I'm going to get feedback. Exactly. Maybe it doesn't work out the exact way I wanted to right away. Maybe it does, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Why? Because I know I'm in it for the long term. I'm going to get the feedback. And then each time you're going to get closer and closer and closer. And if you have that perspective over the long term, that's how you beat success. I mean, right now I'm learning how to ski. So since I moved out to the West Coast and whatnot, I'm learning how to ski. Approaching it the same way I do with business, the exact same way, exactly what I just mentioned to you. Am I trying to do every single winter sport? There's so many of them out here. There's snowboarding, there's skiing. People do those, what is it, the ones you ride on? I can't even remember what it's called now, jet skis, but on snow. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Skidoos. Yeah.
Skidoos.
Yeah.
There's so many different sports, but instead I'm choosing one. I'm picking one and I'm committing to it for the long term. I started learning how to last year. What's the first thing I did? I got a ski coach. Nice. I got a ski coach. Why? I didn't want to have to figure this stuff out myself. I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. Second thing I did, I got a pass to Whistler. That's where I ski, Whistler. Why? Because then it commits me. It's $1,000 to get a pass there at least. It's not cheap, right? And so if I knew, Kelly, if I just got a lift ticket here or there, well, that's casual. That's not committing. That's dabbling. Like Tony Robbins says, you dabble, you're not going to get anywhere. So I got a pass to commit myself. Then I schedule it in. I go every weekend. It just blocks it in. And you see, you stack these things on top of each other. How can you not be successful? How can you not? And so I approach business the exact same way. And somebody getting started off as maybe if they're currently an employee or a contractor or whatever, you can apply you can achieve whatever you want. It's just simply a skill set. That's how I see it as well. It's a skill set. It's not some big magical thing that only a certain amount of people can learn how to do. You can learn how to do anything, especially online, if you treat it like a skill set, just like a language you're learning, or mathematics, algebra, we all went to school probably and learned a bit of algebra. It's just like that.
Well, and in today's age with the internet and YouTube, you can pretty much learn anything you want for free. If money is an issue, right? You can just go learn it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I do find though, like there is a lot of free information, and it's increasing at an exponential rate. I do find, we've all heard this before, investing in yourself is the best investment you can make. I do recommend that when you get clear on what it is you want to be doing, and pick one thing, that's what I recommend. And there's lots of books and studies on that. The One Thing is one of my favorite books. I highly recommend it. But when you focus on one thing, then it narrows things. I think these days we just have so much opportunity. We have so many different distractions. It can be overwhelming. And I know if you're just getting started, you're probably overwhelmed with all the information, with all the different people out there doing different things. Right. So I like to set myself up for success. And that's what I'd recommend for anybody listening as well. And the way you can do that is to pick one thing, focus on it, and then go find a mentor and a coach who's doing what you want to be doing, and invest with them. Invest with them. If they have a program, if they have an event, if they have coach, whatever the case may be, invest in it, because when you do that, not only are you going to take it more seriously because you're investing it, because you're spending your hard-earned money on it, you're investing it.
Yeah.
But also then it gives you more focus, and it makes you more focused. And so I do recommend that as well to help you get ahead.
Absolutely. I've invested more in coaching in the past year than ever before. And it's because things I was doing wasn't working. So I wanted to hire a coach to do it right? And learn from them.
Awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. So are you on the speaking circuit at all, or writing books, or what are you doing to amplify your message?
Yeah, to amplify. So I'm a big, great question, Kelly. And I'm a big believer of like, obviously what's been happening in the past little while is nobody expected that, right? Like nobody expected a global. Oh, is that a little cat? That's so cute.
That's my daughter's dog.
Oh, it's a dog. Yeah, I've got Big Mac. Big Mac, my dog, is in the background, so you might hear him from time to time. But the thing about it, what I'm to answer your question, what I'm doing to amplify our message right now is virtual events. Virtual events. And the reason why is because, like I was mentioning, nobody was planning or preparing for everything that's going on. We do in-person events, but when this happened, we had to pivot. We had to quickly pivot. And so we started doing these virtual events, and I personally do challenges. Why? Because I love challenges myself. I love them in my personal life. I love them in my business life, that type of thing. And so it was a really good fit and a model for my personality. And I find if you're doing something that you're genuinely excited about, that you do anyways, like I don't recommend somebody do anything that I haven't done myself. It's just a policy I've got inside of my business. And so because I love to be challenged, because we set challenges inside of our own business and in my personal life, I was like, let's do that. So we started hosting these online challenges. And that's been a really great way to amplify our message, because like Corey mentioned earlier, we've had some amazing guest coaches come on as part of the challenges. We've created an amazing community through Facebook. That's over 24,000 coaches now from around the world. And we've done this in just a few months. And it's also created connection. It's created connection for people around the world. That's the cool thing about, I think, virtual events, is that yes, you can have an international audience when you do in-person events, but it is a little bit more restricting because people have to invest in flying and hotel rooms, and usually it's a bit limited versus what you can do online virtually. So that's really what we've been doubling down on, so to speak, which means going all in on. I remember I used that term in one of our events, and a few people, what's doubling down mean? It means it means really going all in. It's the thing that we've been betting on, that we've been investing on inside of our business more so than anything else.
Okay, so what are your 5-day challenges about?
Coaching. So our that's what we specialize in, our company, my company that I have with my business partner. It's called Virtual Coach, and we specialize in coaching. So that's the other thing that I would highly recommend for somebody trying to amplify their message, is that if you try and appeal to everybody, you'll appeal to nobody. You try and appeal to everybody, you'll appeal to nobody. So we specialize in coaching, and we've done 5 different challenges now. So 5 different challenges. And some of them, just to give you a little bit of insight into the model, some of them are a little bit more broad in coaching, like how to grow your coaching practice. And then some have been specialized a bit more niched down, meaning how to double your coaching fees. For example, it's one specific skill, or how to get your first client, how to land your first client. It's much more focused. So what I find is that when you have challenges like this, when it's a condensed event, we've done between 5 and 10-day challenges.
Okay.
You can get a lot done in 5 to 10 days. You can get a lot done. Why does it work? Because it's the same time every single day. You're getting training every single day. Then you're getting an exercise and something to implement. The big thing, if you want to get results, is you actually have to take action. That's the thing you got to do if you want to get results. And so the way we've structured these challenges is that it incorporates all those things. So somebody knows exactly what they got to do every day. Then they got to go take action. Then you can post it inside of the group, and you get the sort of community support and everything with it as well. So they've been really, really powerful for us inside of our business. Highly recommend.
I love 5-day challenges too. I hosted my first one back in September, and it was about how to get your book started in 5 days. And, because so many people would tell me, okay, one thing, I don't know how to start my book. And the second thing is my book isn't getting done. Well, it's not getting done because you're not taking action, right?
Yeah.
That it's not just going to magically appear. Okay, you need to take action, and here's the 5-day challenge to help you take action. But yeah, it was fun. I totally enjoyed it, and we've already booked our next one for January, because I think it's I think why it really appeals to people is because then it's condensed, right? So it's it's not like where you have a year-long coaching program where you get one call a month kind of thing. It spreads out, and people sometimes lose interest. But when you do a 5-day challenge or a 10-day challenge, then people have that real concentrated time to do it.
That's what I've found as well, is, like I always say, what gets scheduled gets done. And when you have that time blocked out every single day, and what I really try and do is focus on giving our students a structure. So I'm very clear about that. I'm like, hey, we're going to be on for 60 to 90 minutes every day, and you're going to get training. Then we create an exercise. There's some homework that you do in the afternoon. That's all it takes. You're investing 1 to 2 hours a day for 5 or 10 days. You can get amazing stuff done. It's amazing to see the transformation of somebody who joins the challenge and the Facebook group and whatever. And then by the end of it, just by getting the right training, by doing the work and the exercises and taking action, being surrounded by other like-minded coaches, by the end of it, we're getting messages posted inside of the group. Wow, I got my first client, or wow, I just doubled my coaching fees, which is a big deal for the students that we teach. So it's been really good. Yeah,
no, that's awesome. So when's your next challenge?
Next challenge is going to be in January, and it's going to be on the morning routines for coaches. The morning routines for coaches. So that's going to be in January. We don't have the exact date locked down. I'm doing that later on today with my COO. So we're locking that down today. Yeah.
Okay, because we're going to want to give some information to the listeners so that they can get in touch with you and sign up for your challenges and that sort of thing.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so are you also still teaching people how to do real estate?
I am, but not as much. I was doing some one-on-one coaching for a little while, and I've got a digital course that teaches how to get your first investment property. But I don't actively do a lot of one-on-one coaching on it anymore. I'm much more focused on the challenges and the virtual events that we've been doing.
Right. Good. Okay. And what's your favorite thing about doing virtual events?
My favorite thing about doing virtual events? Yeah. So what's really ironic, Kelly, is that I'm an introvert. I'm a huge introvert.
Yeah.
And so I had a big limiting belief for a large part of my career around teaching and coaching and training others, because I was an introvert. I still am, I think, I don't know, but I think these things are on a spectrum, right? So we're a little bit of introverted, extroverted, but I share that because I find that online business does attract a lot of introverts. And that's why it attracted me, is because for 8 years, I was behind the scenes as a CEO running our business. And that was my sweet spot. That was my comfort zone, because I love doing that. And I wasn't in, videos like this or doing none of that. That freaked me out. Didn't want to do it. And then it was because one of my mentors, after I started investing in real estate, and I did that quietly. I didn't make a big deal out of it or anything like that. I did that to try and get ahead in my own life, right? Because when I first started and I had to find a place to live, there was only a few options. One, I could buy a property. The second is I could rent somewhere. Or the third is I could buy an investment property and live in one side and rent the other out. And I've always been a long-term thinker. I've always been avoidant of instant gratification, because one of my favorite quotes is, if you live life the easy way, it's hard. If you live life the hard way, it's easy. So I've always been investing in that sense. And I bought my first investment property, then I got my second, then I got my third. And that started inspiring people when they found out about it. And then one of my mentors said, James, you got to teach others how to do this. But I was like, what? Are you kidding? I'm not like some real estate guru. I'm not the next Robert Kidd. No, I'm not that. It took 2 years of him encouraging me and supporting me and whatever to finally agree to do a webinar on it, to just simply share what it is I did and how I learned it. And I did that, and I was so scared, Kelly. I was almost hoping nobody would show up, because then I wouldn't have to do it.
That sounds like me back in those days.
And I share this because those are common feelings that come up. And I think this is the most important thing we've got to overcome if we want to get the results we want. So either way, though, I ended up doing it. Yeah. And 66 students enrolled in that first investment property.
Oh my God, that's funny.
66.
And you wanted to show up.
That was the story I was telling myself the whole time, is I hope nobody shows up. I hope I don't have to, because it was my fear holding me back. But then I did it. And then I taught the course. It was a 9-week course. And I remember in week 4, one of my students messaged me, emailed me and said, James, using your system, I just bought my first investment property. And by this time I had bought, I think, 23 investment properties myself. So the thrill of getting a new investment property for me had worn off. It wasn't that, but something lit me up as soon as my student was able to go through the course, because I know what it takes to invest in yourself. I know what it takes to, the course out there was $497. And then they emailed me and said, I got it. And I know how much that was going to change his life and his family's, and just, it's a total game changer. And that's when I knew I love this. And I had to overcome my own fears and stories. And I told myself, and I kept going with it. And I stuck with it. And then I taught another class. I ended up teaching 3 classes. And then naturally, when we started doing these events, I just loved those too. I loved bringing together a group. I loved hosting it. I loved figuring out how we were going to organize the different days and who was going to speak on what day and all that stuff. And I just loved doing it. And I followed my passion. I followed my heart, and it just keeps growing and expanding from there. So that's what I love about the challenges and the virtual events and why I got into it.
I loved, how young you are and about the whole real estate thing. My one son is...
Do you know how old I am?
Yeah. Well, I know you're younger than me. So,
all right.
But my one son is 17, and that's his goal, is to be a real estate investor. And so he's also investing in the stock markets, and he can't wait to get up in the morning so he can, watch the stocks and see how they're doing. And he's got his own account, and he's doing it with real money now. And he's been doing it since he was like 14. And now he's like, okay, Mom, I want to invest in properties, and I never want to rent. I want to buy. And it's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Like, that to me sounds like the riskiest thing out there. And I was like, okay, you need a mentor. You need someone that can coach you and guide you. Right. So,
yeah, that's amazing. And part of the reason I got into that as well is, and I get that a lot, and it surprised me, because I was simply doing this to try and get ahead and whatnot in the same position. But when I started sharing that with others, a lot of people felt the same way, and they want to get into the real estate. They want to learn how. And the thing I can recommend is it's a skill, just like anything else. It's simply a skill. And the reason I liked real estate, and I still do, is because I feel that you have more control and you're more in charge of your destiny with it. Whereas it always sort of freaked me out with the stock market and whatnot, because I'm like, okay, I'm going to work really hard for my money. Then I'm going to give it to an advisor who's in most cases incentivized by commission, which freaks me out in itself. But I don't have the ability to run that company or control it or make any decisions. Whereas with real estate, you do. You can choose where you invest. You can choose to increase, decrease the rent, the work you do, all that stuff. And so that's been a game changer for me. Highly recommend it.
Yeah. And so I know. And to me, it's just like what he's concerned about is that because he's a teenager, people don't take him seriously. You know, and he's thinking adult stuff, not teenage stuff, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, obviously you mentioned my age, and I do look relatively young, I suppose. But here's the thing is that we're all going to have stories like that, whether it's how your age, whether you're younger, whether you're older, whether you're from a different country and you have an accent or whatever. Like, having taught thousands of entrepreneurs around the world, that stuff's natural and it's always going to come up. Here's the thing though, none of it matters. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is if you can help your clients and the students that you teach get results. That's all that matters. If you can, nobody cares about what you wear. I could have worn a tank top here. Nobody cares if you can help get results, right? And so that's what I recommend being obsessed on. That's what I've obsessed on from the beginning of my career, is how whoever it is I'm helping or teaching, how can I help them get results? The rest will take care of itself.
Right. Exactly. Well, maybe I have to send them your way.
Sure.
So it turns out the universe wanted me to come and say bye to you, James, because the thing we had scheduled at the other end, we got it finished sooner. But then we also reconvened to do it next week. And that wasn't even my choice. Even though I was running it, everybody kind of said, let's vote on this. And so I was meant to come back on. So I didn't mean to come back on. Normally I would wait till the interview's over. But because I had a chance, I want to come back on. I wanted to just touch on one thing you said. And I have a quick question myself, if that's cool, James.
Yeah.
But I was just listening to Lisa Nichols while I was driving. It's random, but I was driving back from one province to another in Canada. We were getting surgery with my son. We were driving in the pouring rain, and I was listening to Lisa Nichols. You know, and it's so funny when you get obsessed with this stuff and passionate about it. Like most people will be listening to Taylor Swift. You know, I'm listening to Lisa Nichols teach on closing the sale. One of the things she said, which I thought was so profound, even though it's so small, is she said, your offer is not what you put together for the person. So in other words, your offer is not you get to have me for 5 coaching sessions, this and that. She said your offer is the result they're going to get from working with you. So when you're actually doing your sales letter, it should be essentially, when you're thinking of my offer, it's that you're going to be able to land a TEDx talk, which is going to do this for you, or you're going to be able to get freedom from your work world, your job, or what have you. But it's the result versus the actual, what we think of the offer mostly. Most people think it's, what am I offering to you? And even though I don't know if that's just her thing about changing the wording on it, but what you said about the results, it changed my whole way of thinking about what you put first. Because we often like to say, come join and work with me and you'll get access to my mastermind, you'll get access to this, you'll get access to that. And here's what other people are saying. But imagine if we started saying, wouldn't you like this to be better in your life? Wouldn't you like this to happen for you? Or here's what my students find happens to them, versus talking about what they get right away, which is why I think good sales letters, that what you get is always at the bottom. But anyway, that's a side note, but it just jumped out to me when you said about the results that you deliver.
It's so important, Corey. And just to add on to that, like I mentioned, we specialize in coaching. And so we teach and train thousands of coaches around the world. And oftentimes, to your point, what people, when they're coaches, when they're first getting started, what they think they're selling and offering and enrolling students in is coaching. Hey, come get coaching but nobody wants coaching. They want the result and the transformation that the coaching brings. That's a big distinction here. And so a lot of the struggles that coaches have when they're just getting started out is, how do I raise my rates? How do I double my fees? That type of thing. Well, if you're selling coaching and that's what you're offering, it's going to be really tricky, because you're going to have to like increase your hourly rate or whatever. But the minute you go to what we call a result-based package, then you set yourself, you're in a whole different league then, because then it's not, Corey, hey, you know, I charge $200 an hour or $300 an hour. No, it's, I can help you. Whoa, I almost, my computer fell off there. I got excited. But what you're selling here is the transformation. Hey, you want to do a TEDx talk? I can help you land a TEDx talk that gets 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 views. Here's the package for that.
Absolutely.
And then you're selling which that would be worth $5,000 easy. I'd pay that to somebody, right? Wouldn't you? Right? If somebody was brand new and I'm going to show you how to land a TEDx talk and then get tens of thousands, versus if it's like, hey, do you want some coaching on speaking? There's no result tied to it. Then it's going to be, well, maybe I'll try out a session or two.
Absolutely. And it's funny, I brought up the TEDx thing because that's what I help people land their TEDx. And, Kelly's done too with me. And, she talks all the time about, here's what it did for my life. She's not saying, I love Corey's program because it's 8 weeks. That's not
right.
Irrelevant. It's the results she got. But to circle back, and you guys may have covered this, James, again, I missed like 10 minutes, but I might have missed that 10 minutes. What you're doing with the coaching events, I know that you had one back in, I believe, September. You just had one in November. Is this going to be an ongoing thing for people that want to check it out in the future?
Definitely. So we're gonna plan 6 more for next year. So 6 more for next year in 2021, and we're gonna keep going with them and keep making them as good as we can, make them better and better. So yeah.
Awesome. And I think, Kelly, I heard that you asked James how people can connect with him and learn more and all that stuff. Did you guys already cover that? I thought I heard that.
We definitely want to cover it again so that, we can put the links in the chat and everything. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah. The best way to connect then to answer that question is like we've been talking about. I've been doing these challenges, and they're challenges and they're virtual events and whatnot. And we bring in some of the world's top coaches because that's what we specialize in. And I believe that we should all have a coach and we should all learn how to be a coach. Not even necessarily if you want to build a coaching practice and a coaching business or whatever, but these are skills that I just know will help you get ahead in your life and your business. And so we put together these challenges. You can go to getaheadchallenge.com, and we have our past challenge up there, but that's the URL that we use for all of our challenges. So we'll be updating that in probably the next couple of weeks when we get the next one lined up. And that's a way to connect anyways on there. And yeah, that's what I recommend. Wow. Real time there. You got it up. It's awesome. That's awesome. Speed of implementation. That's how you get ahead.
Absolutely. And a comment I just saw came through just before we let you run was, and this was probably before I was back on, to overcoming fear resonates with me. As an introvert, we must look to our why to continue to move forward. And I heard you guys talk about that being an introverted extrovert. And I'm not
an extrovert. I'm not an extrovert.
You're not
either.
I'm an introverted extrovert. So I like when I'm traveling and speaking, I put myself out there. I make myself an extrovert. So I'm probably not even really one, but I make myself one. But when I get home, it's like I want to be just there. I don't want to be out doing stuff. And so I resonated with that when you guys were talking about it. I think more people than we realize that are social people are actually introverts.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's 100%. And I remember reading somewhere that one of the things that, if you are an introvert, this is my message to any introverts that might be listening right now that feel they have some limitations or whatever because we're not out there and putting our faces on billboards and everything like that, is that one of the superpowers of introverts is your ability to focus for sustained period of times because you're okay being by yourself. You're okay working on whatever project it is and really use that to your strength. That's what I've found is that, yes, it is harder. Just like you mentioned, Corey, after doing something like this, I've got to go for a walk for like 30 minutes, because it takes a lot of energy. But that being said, when not doing something like this, I can sustain my focus and energy and do really well. And so that's prevented me from getting distracted by a lot of things, because I think this day and age, that's one of the biggest things that prevents success is too many people are trying to do too many things at once and get pulled here or there or this and trying to do all these different things. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend.
I love too that, one of the things I love about live events is being able to go and, do my thing and be on stage. And when people meet me at a live event, they're like, oh my God, you're so extroverted, right? When I speak, because I'm this animated self that, really vulnerable and everything. But then when I'm off stage, I'm in bed for like a day sometimes, it seemed like. And so one of the things I'm loving about the virtual events is that it's just so easy for me to go and rejuvenate myself and be quiet and all that. So, but yeah, I'm a true blue introvert for sure.
Yeah, it's well, like I said, I think there is a book on that, but if there's not, there needs to be.
Quiet. It's called Quiet. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you say there is a book?
Yeah, there's a book. It's called Quiet.
Quiet. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to check that out. That's going to be my next purchase, actually, because it's funny how we've been doing these events, and I was saying to Kelly earlier, I think I was saying this to you, Kelly, earlier, but it's funny how many things I purchased to people that come on our events because I'm that person, right? I invest in personal development, professional development. So I bought books of almost every person that's been on here or a book that's been recommended, and I signed up for Kyle Wilson was on yesterday, right, Kelly? Was it yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
You know Kyle Wilson?
Kyle.
No.
He's the guy that he was Jim Rohn's business partner.
Oh,
so he owned JimRohn.com, and he coached Robin Sharma and Darren Hardy. Anyway, I just signed up for Kyle's Inner Circle Mastermind last night after we got off the virtual event. So I think when you're a person that feeds your mind, you're a person that when you hear something that could help, it's easy to go get it. Of course, we can chase shiny objects too when that happens. But the book, Quiet, I'm going to check that out. That's my next purchase, though. Thanks for bringing that into my world.
There you go. You're welcome. Yeah.
Awesome. So, James, obviously, we'll let you run and go make more magic happen in the world. But like I say, with your permission, I'll call it to be continued, and I'll circle back behind the scenes, and we'll see if we can get you on the podcast in the near future. But I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming on today and showing that a good old boy from the East Coast of Canada can actually make it on the big stage.
We got all 3 Canadians here today again. Look at that.
That's amazing. Yeah, no matter where you are, live. That's the amazing thing about online is we all have the ability to do this. Doesn't matter where you are or where you're from. And so, yeah, hopefully we can be great examples for that. Everybody listening. So, yeah, thanks so much, Corey. It's so good. It's so good to see you again. So good.
Feeling 1,000% mutual, my friend. So I'll let you run and we'll let you go for your walk. But I thank you so much, and I'll circle back very soon, my friend.
Talk soon. Okay. See ya, Kelly. Bye for now.
Nice to meet you, James. Bye.
So I'm going to bring on our next presenter right away. No ado, just bring him right on. You're here now, Dave. By the way, Kelly, I'll tell you just before we fully bring Dave on, another fellow Canadian, but who's living down under right now. So I don't even know what time it is for Dave right now, but Dave, I think you're going to tell me the time.
Yeah, 1:37 a.m.
1:30 a.m. Oh, no.
1:37 a.m.
A.m. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess that's easier. I could have looked. I didn't know it was that. For me, it's easier because I'm an hour ahead of Eastern. So for me, it's 1:37 p.m. So I didn't realize when I was trying to figure out the times, I didn't realize it was that easy. It's only 12 hours in some. You're a day ahead of us, though, aren't you?
Yeah. Tomorrow's a beautiful day, guys. You're gonna love it. It's amazing.
It's Wednesday right now.
Sleeping? Did any world events happen while we were sleeping?
Yeah. Nothing than the unusual usual. The unusual.
So it's Wednesday though, right? It's Wednesday at 1:37 a.m.
No, it's Thursday.
Thursday morning.
Oh,
Thursday morning.
Okay, I got you. All right. So yeah, that is a lot of time between us and now. So we're talking. We're talking to the future. We're going back to the future.
Correct.
Okay.
We're in the future now. That's what I mean. Many world events happen while we were sleeping.
But we're
actually over
2 days in the future. So, man from the future, we like to get our guests to introduce themselves rather than me reading a piece of paper slowly. So do you mind telling us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll dive a bit further, Dave?
Sure, absolutely. Do you want the short version or the long version?
Well, you can choose, but even if you go with the short version, we'll dive in further anyway.
I'll give you my mother's version. Okay.
Sounds good.
So firstly, Dave, Clare, I'm the CEO and founder of Circle Leadership Global. I'm also the Pacific Region Ambassador for the Global Company Culture Association. Speaker, author, co-authored 3 books. 2 of them have gone on to be bestsellers. But I consider myself more than anything else a practitioner. So that I'm not an academic, and you'll find out that very quickly if you haven't already known me, that I'm not very much an academic, but yeah, I'm a practitioner. Everything that the work I do today with clients is all primarily from learned experience, certainly backed up with wonderful knowledge and supported by other information, but it's all been from my own practice of having my own businesses and being in leadership roles and various other things. And the work that I do and my organization, Circle Leadership, is to help leaders to evolve themselves, to evolve their business, to stay relevant in the hearts and minds of the people they choose to serve. So all the work that I do is in that space. Yeah, and you know what? That'd be the short version.
Well, I have to say, and Kelly, you wouldn't know this, but Dave, I shared. Well, there's two things I wanted to share about Dave. One of them is when we talk, because today's Author Day to some degree, and we mix and match it anyway. But today's, for all intents and purposes, is Author Day, and Dave is actually a big part of the reason that I ended up signing with Morgan James, because I was self-published. I wasn't sure if I was going to go with a publisher. And then Dave told me about this thing called Publish Sizer. So here's a hack for you that if you don't know about this and you're wanting to become an author. And he told me about Publish Sizer, and I said, "What's that?" And he said, "Well, it's like that Kickstarter thing you did, but the difference is depending on book sales, you'll get offers from publishers." And I'm like, "Oh, that's pretty cool." And I went through the whole thing, but even from day one, he told me a lot about Morgan James, and I'm like, "Well, that's who I want to be with." But I might as well do the whole Publish Sizer campaign because you never know what'll happen. Long story short, and I don't know if you remember this, Dave, but the hack that you did to get the attention of Morgan James is you kept tweeting them, letting them know status.
Yep.
And I don't know if you know that. I don't know if I told you what I did, but I did the same thing. Once I had finished my campaign, I messaged them and said, "I hope one of my favorite publishers decides to bid on my book too." And then they retweeted and said, "You have our attention." And then I got a private message from David Hancock, who we had on last time. And David, a private message, said, "I want to connect you with our acquisitions editor and see if we might be able to come to a deal or come to an agreement. We're happy with the sales we see that you have on Publish Sizer." But my point is, I don't know if any of that wouldn't have happened without you and I having that conversation. And then a second thing, just before we dive further in, Dave, that I've shared with people that I love that you do, and Kelly, you'll remember me sharing this at an event, is what Dave does is I asked him, "How do you get all these amazing photogenic pictures that, it's like you have a photographer in your pocket?" And he said, "Well, what I do is I go to the live events and I'll get people to take pictures of me, and I'll like in the audience, and I'll run a contest and say do a book giveaway, but you have to tweet and say, I think it was like hashtag Australia's best speaker or something like that." And I said, "This is brilliant."
Not quite, but yes,
something like that. And I said, "It's brilliant because this guy gets Twitter engagement, he gets photos he can use, he gets the audience there feeling like they're part of something." And so I've shared that I don't know how many times, Dave, and I have given you credit each time. But those are the things I want to say that I know that was a big preamble, but you're a big part of the reason why I went with Morgan James, and your tip about what you do with the tweets and the photos, I've shared I don't know how many times. So these are two things that you're doing that have helped me in a big way.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. It's nice to know someone actually listened and implemented.
I so did. So I guess then, Dave, to dive right in, tell us, when we talk about whether it's putting a book out, whether it's working with people that you're speaking to, it seems like you're a very innovative person. Meaning, like I said, the idea that I said about the photos and tweeting them and all that stuff that most people aren't doing. Where does that come from? If we start there, like, is that something have you always been that way, or do you feel you're that way, or what was kind of the thing that led to that?
Middle child syndrome.
That's fair.
Yeah, if you ask my parents or my brothers, it's because I'm a middle child. I just one of the messages I shared with my children, whether they remember it today in terms of the verbiage, but they certainly look to live it, is that and it's something that I guess for me that I've held dear to my heart, because I just didn't want to be normal. I'm just tired of being normal or average. You know what I mean? And as I would say to my kids as they were growing up, is that you were made different to make a difference. So, like, "Oh, I just want to be normal, Dad. I just want to be normal." Screw normal. You were made different to make a difference. And so how do you stand out in a crowd? Like for me, I guess I'm always just questioning, like, what could I do to, stand out or get attention? That's the middle child syndrome part of it is, but in a world where people are like this, how do you get their attention unless you fall over or you're a cute kitten? So Well, like that's the world we live in, right? And so for me, I was just always challenging. Like even right now, I'll let you guys in a little secret. It's only between the three of us, right? Okay, right. So no one else will hear this. So like right now, I'm with Circle Leadership. We're launching a whole bunch of new social media stuff, and I challenged my marketing team in that I'm like, guys, we need to do something different so that we're putting something else out that it grabs their attention. And so we've got something with all the photos that we're going to be putting up, like photos with quotes or anything like that on them, where the logo is going to shimmer. So as you scroll through, your eye's going to go, that just moved. Just always challenging to be creative, be different, to stand out. Because one of my many Clarisms, and you'd be familiar with the term Clarisms by now, Corey, that the little quirky quotes that come from me. One of them is, when you strive to be better, you're comparable, but when you strive to be different, you stand alone. So I guess that to me is a theme that, where did it come from? My right brain or my left brain, I'm not sure which brain it comes from, but it's the creative part of me. I just a desire to be different. I got tired of being normal. And I figured if in today's world, how do you cut through? How do you break through? And so that to me is where it's come from. There's no magic or science. There was no lightning bolt moment. It was just realizing that if I wanted to make sure that, because if I want to bring value to the world, and I believe I have a lot of value to offer people, and the results I'll get from it, which the clients are getting today, which is quite amazing. I'm doing them a disservice if I don't find a way to cut through.
Well, I'll tell you, I have to, even just a good example, like your branding is something I always notice. And just an example is right now, and I had this conversation with somebody just today about, I need to up my game, because when I'm doing Zoom, I'm taking it like, now that we're in COVID world and stuff, I'm just going to sit down and relax. And I'm not taking it as a brand seriously. And then I watch you come out and you're standing up, which I need to start doing. And you got the whole brand thing behind you. You look like you're at the Academy Awards or the Emmys. And I'm like, I need to bring it up a level. And 100%. But this is the reminder. And not only that, I know the big thing they say now is like, what do they say? Sitting is the new smoking. So I need to up my game every way. But having said that, I mean, it's something I noticed, Dave, so it stands out and it's working. And
Thank you.
Absolutely. So where are things on with the book now? Because I know when we last chatted, it was kind of in between phase. I don't know if it's there now or where it's at, meaning the book that you were self-published with first and then went to Morgan James. Is that the Morgan James version, or is that the self-published?
No, that's the version. Morgan James are still harping on me to finish my edits. Yeah. So, and and I've been so flat out, and like they're right in my computer, everything, like all the edits I need to do. I've been so flat out, like I've co-authored 3 other books plus a BLU chapter, which I'm owing somebody right now, I think. Plus, like 2 years ago when this all happened, and it was a fascinating time for me, because I published the book and I thought, okay, I've got a book now, and I'm gonna go speak, and I'm gonna travel the world and be this famous speaker, author dude, and talk all about leadership, and then my whole world imploded sort of around that, because it was, whilst it was really, really cool, it was kind of not me totally fulfilling my purpose in life in terms of the purpose of my organization and why, my life's purpose and my life's work. Whilst it was in the book, it's like the content was there. And so, yeah, it was quite a fascinating time for me. And so I haven't done the edits that they've required me to do now since. But I've gone ahead and published co-authored 3 other books. I've got my own next book in the works. And you know what? I only feel like now the time is right to fix that. Not like fix it, like to edit it to where it needs to be. Because I was so, and this is one of the funny things, right? From books, anyone looking at writing their own books. So when you look at my book, it's a very thick book. It's, and they're like, oh, like it's big and it feels nice in the hand and everything. Big fonts and pages and everything like that. And I designed it this way. And now they're saying, no, it has to be 200 pages or less. You have to reduce the font size to this. It has to be in black and white. You can't have that. And it's not Morgan James who are saying it. It's the people who, like the bookstores or whoever the buyers are. And I'm like, I like it how it is.
I get that totally.
Because everyone, when they grab it, like, oh, it's a big book, and they open up, they go, oh, wow. And it was designed to go, wherever you open up, something would jump out of the page at you. Like I put so much thought into the structure, the physical structure of the book, not even just the content or the context and everything like that, but the way the book was designed. And I think that for me, it's been a very challenging thing. So I've been resisting, and because I haven't found in my my heart, my mind, a way that I could do that without losing the essence of what I wanted the book to be. And but as far as the book goes, I think I've sold over 1,000 copies. And just various, like I'll do the odd giveaways and stuff like that. I haven't done any of the really smart marketing strategies in terms of where some people at events and they sell 200 copies, or even to corporations, things like that, which is a great strategy. Don't get me wrong, I just haven't done it. And one of the things I realized and I think you and I talked about this, Corey, when I did this. You got to also, when anyone writing a book, like anyone asks me, about writing a book, my thoughts on it is, what's the purpose of your book? You have to understand what the purpose of your book. I mean, not just the purpose of the content of the book, but what is the purpose of you writing a book? If it's to have a very expensive marketing brochure, look, I'm an author. Or is it actually because you want a vehicle for your voice and your message? And you can't reach enough people on your own. So if I can put it all in here, and then I can help take a piece of me, and people can have, for $30 or less, they can have a piece of me, or take my thinking and go, here it is. Then depends what your purpose of your book is to what you would do with it. But yeah, so that's where the book's at the moment. Long story, probably, but that's where it's at the moment. It would be a priority for me in 2021, because I think I don't know if the world was ready for my content. And I don't mean that in an egotistical way. I just think, because what I did, the book's called Simplified for a reason, right? Leadership is simple, you lead people. So I've made it as simple as possible. And I've had many, many people say, Dave, you made it too simple. It can't be that simple. And I think now, with the way the world is, people are going, God, there's got to be a simpler way.
Absolutely. Well, and I don't want us to gloss over this, Dave, because this was so important what you just said. You said it just in passing, and I know how important it is. We talked about Monday. We had a guest where they were having trouble getting on, so I ended up doing an impromptu presentation on the book business. And the first thing I talked about is you need to know the goal of your book. Why are you putting a book together? So we covered that, and I'm glad you said it, because you're the third person, and it's like it revalidates how important this is. But most people don't ever think about it. But the other side that you just said, which is so huge, because I keep getting the question, should I go self-published or published, is I always say it comes down to one word. Now, it comes down to, there's multiple reasons, but the biggest word to me is distribution. How are you going to get it out there, and a publisher can do that? But another word it comes down to, on the other side, is freedom. Because when it comes to self-publish, you can do everything you want with a book. Like you said, you can decide how I want it to look and everything. But when you go to a publisher, they're going to change something. Like this is the opposite scenario of what you just showed. With Morgan James, I love what they did. Like feel of it, the cover, they did a good service. However, they made me take out like photo quotes. Like I had quotes with the photos in them, and they just said printing that many photos, it's just not going to come across as well. So I had to lose my photos, and so it was a sack. I had to give up one to get another.
And absolutely. And I'm not saying that they're not right. Well, I think we just lost.
Yeah, Kelly had to jump off. I knew she was going to go. So
okay, cool. They're professionals. They know what they do. I mean, they do this for a living, right? So I'm not to. It's more been me. And I'm criminal to one of the things that I always remind people of: don't fall in love with the baby. And I'm just and so, but you know what? I've made a commitment myself, and I think the world is way more ready now than it ever was, and the edits will be happening, and it will be released, I guess, for 2021, rolling out into the new year. And I think I'm ready to cull it a little bit, take some stuff. And you know what? And I've been trying to get my head and my heart around how can I still deliver all the value that I want and the feeling and everything that I want, but I have to get rid of 77 pages.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, but once again, I can do that with font sizes. We'll change it. Like the font size will change 36 pages, and then I've got like a whole bunch of worksheets and stuff. And so this is really important for as an author. Like for me, I wanted to put everything. I wanted this like you don't need it. You just need this book, and it's all in there, and all the worksheets and everything. But what I'll do is I'll take the worksheets out, and then I'll use Kajabi as my platform, and I'll say, here's all the you go in and you get all the worksheets and forms and everything, and all the supporting videos. I can actually now deliver more value by doing it that way than I can by trying to put it all in here.
Well, and to that point, I mean, the book, like the way it is now with Morgan James, they didn't make a whole lot of changes. Just that photos was a really big one for me, but at the end of the day, you know, it comes down to the fact that the book it seems like a shorter read because there's less pages because the photos took a lot of space. So I could have like 3 quotes on a page. Now I got like 10. And so again, there's certain trade-offs. But having said that, the other thing I'd like to ask you about, and this can be as it relates to the book business, but also speaking, because it probably relates more to speaking than anything, but COVID. Let's talk about that. What has that done to you? Like, I was going to say your career, business, but your life in the last few months. I mean, it must have changed it quite dramatically as a speaker.
So I guess from a speaking point of view, I position myself, Corey, as I'm not a professional speaker, but I'm someone who speaks professionally, or the other way around. So I'm not someone who speaks professionally, but I'm a professional speaker. So when I do speaking, but it's my main gig is not speaking. That was part of what I thought it was going to be and all that. But what I realized in that is when I have a goal to create and inspire 90 million purpose-driven leaders, I can do a lot of inspiring on stage, but I'm not doing any creation. I'm not in the grounds, boots on the grounds, helping them through the process. So for me, I needed to be more than just a speaker. And I think that was the first thing I learned. But certainly from a COVID, the pandemic and everything like that, now I've got some very close friends here in Australia who are just pure speakers, that their whole career with life was speaking. Now, obviously the transition to digital and these sorts of platforms, and it's quite funny. I always say to people that if I told them, even my clients and the work that I do with them today in terms of the process I use, I said, if I'm say we're going to do everything on Zoom or StreamYard or Skype or whatever digital platform you choose to use, they'd go, it's kind of B grade. You know, we want this, right? But now also I'm going like, I can do this, and the world's just gone and gone, hey, this online stuff is cool, right? So what was once B grade is now A grade. But during the COVID thing, during lockdown, and this is, I would give to anybody this advice. You have to look at what now, like what if, because there's nothing to say that, and touch wood it doesn't, but we could all go back into lockdown again. We could, like here in West Australia, it's not too bad at all. We had our lockdown period during March, and we've had 7 months with no transition, nothing like that. Nothing's been passed on, so we've been great. Our hard borders are still there, but we can travel wherever we want within here. I've run, I think last year since July, I ran 3 summits, like live events where people would come along to those. So it hasn't impacted in that way, but I've done a lot more online events. So to me now it's the blended, because it's becoming far more acceptable to do this, right? I've actually quite enjoyed it. Like you say, I've got here my home. This is in my lounge room in my home. Here I am. I got my lamp set up, my soundboards. I've got my media wall, got carpet, got my sit-stand desk that has a mind of its own. It just went down all by itself a minute ago, and I have no idea what I've done to it. I lent on something. Modern technology, but we have the ability now to speak to a larger audience than we ever could before. So like my advice to people is, if like back when it all happened, I'm like, oh my God, what if I'm never able to speak again in front of an audience? Or what if I'm never able to do this? And I kind of worked out, what's my worst case scenario? What would the worst case scenario be? And then I had to just find a way to make peace with my worst case scenario. And when I can make peace with my worst case scenario, then it allowed me to move straight from victim mode to victor mode and say, well, how can I have this happen for me instead of having it happen to me? And so instead of saying, well, oh my God, my whole speaking business, I'm never going to be able to speak again. Okay. And I go, well, hang on, how can I use this to work for me? Well, I can actually reach a greater audience. I can, speak at different times throughout the day, the night, to people anywhere in the world now. And I don't even have to leave my lounge room. Luckily, when my stand desk went down, you can see I still have pants on. But sometimes you can sit there in your pajama pants, whatever it is, because only from here up. The ability to do it. But I always said to a couple of my buddies, I've got some great buddies here, and I might have even said it to yourself as a speaker trainer as well, is that the future I've always said to me, the future of speaking would be, I'm going to imagine I'm going to be standing in my pajamas in my bedroom, I'll put on my VR goggles, and I'll see myself walk out onto this stage, and there'll be 10,000 people out in the audience. And then people who are going to buy a ticket to that event, they're going to put on their VR goggles. They've got seat 101, and they're going to look like they're just sitting there, and they see all these heads, and then they'll see me on the stage. And your mind doesn't know the difference between what's real or perceived, so it's going to think you're there anyway. And with the advancement of technology and all that, it's going to feel like, it's going to sound like that everyone's going to be there anyway. So has COVID had any impact? Yeah, it made me question a few things and made me challenge a few things, but it created many opportunities only because I chose to find them. Like in anything, in any adversity, there's always, I think when this was all happening, I put a lot of stuff out about, that crisis is a wonderful teacher if we allow it to be. Because it forces you to have to think differently. And I was always prepared to do this sort of stuff, but this has forced me to accelerate it all. And a lot of people, it's just forced them to do it. They were never even thinking about it. They've just been forced to do it. I was always thinking about what the future of speaking would look like and how I'd run events in the future and all this sort of stuff. But a lot of people had no clue. They weren't even thinking about it, and they've just been forced to find a way. And you know what? I think it's brought out a lot of creativity in people. There's been some amazing creative stuff that's coming out.
Well, to that point, two things I wanted to jump on there, but one was when you said, you asked yourself, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah. And for whatever reason, it popped in my head right away. The book, the lesser known of the two books written by Dale Carnegie, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. Of course, How to Be Friends is the most well-known one, but it's How to Stop Worrying is no sleep. It sold over 10 million copies. It did okay. But if I bring it up to people, most people don't know the name of that book. One thing I remember from the book is all about how you can really, the mindset book. But one of the things that he talks about as a strategy is ask yourself and write down, now that I know this is here, I have to accept it. So now I ask myself, what's the worst that can possibly happen? And now if I can emotionally accept that, it's so much easier to move forward. But most people don't do that. And he said, he's talked about people that had sleepless nights for like 100 days. Because I remember there was a story from way back in the day where this person that worked for a guy stole some money or something or did something shady. And the owner of the company thought, well, I'm going to be implicated in this and all that, and for sleepless nights forever. And finally he said, what's the worst that can happen? So he said, and now that I know that, what do I do? And so the worst that could happen is, he said, he would lose his business because he's not going to go to jail because he didn't commit the crime. So he actually went to tell, I think it was like the local lawyer or whatever, and he come to find out that the person that did it had swindled like 10 other people. So that not only did they not charge him or do anything to his company, they were just like, thank you for letting us know. We didn't even know where he was now. It was something like that, but it all came down to losing sleep until he said, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, and it's such a powerful, powerful question. And for me, having had a lot of bad things happen that I created for myself in my life, it's a lesson that I learned that I was able to apply during this time and going, hang on, Dave, you've been through other challenging things, maybe not the same, of course, but things that really challenged and not turned your world upside down before. How did you handle those? How did you bounce back from those? How did you move forward from those? What if you actually took this as an opportunity instead of seeing this as a burden or another massive problem that you have to deal with, and said, well, where's the opportunity in this? So how do I move myself into an opportunity mindset rather than stuck in a woe is me, how the hell am I going to deal with this now? And saying, what's the opportunity in this? Not just saying, how am I going to deal with it, which is one thing, but what's the opportunity in it? And I think there's a subtle difference in that, which could be a very powerful but subtle difference. Like I said, there's a lot of people go, oh yeah, well, I'm just going to go find a way and I'm going to fix this and I'll move forward. But when you say, what's the opportunity? And I actually, in one of my LinkedIn post I did when this all happened, was a picture of my whiteboard, and I wrote in the middle of my whiteboard, opportunity. And I just started thinking, what's the opportunity here? Right? And then I started all this brainstorming, all this stuff, with this cool stuff for opportunity, and it's part of the stuff that I'm doing today and how I'm delivering today, and all the business, even like the media wall said I could set up a full-blown studio. The opportunity is to create a whole studio now that I would never have done before, and a lot of that stuff's happened because I looked for the opportunity in it rather than sitting there going, I just got to find a way to just solve this problem for now.
Well, I said there was two things I wanted to mention. Well, one was to do with our guest yesterday that finished out the day. His name is Coach Bobby Bluford. Same spelling on the blue as us. But Coach Bobby, he had done everything in person as a coach, and like a health coach, wellness coach. He did everything in person. And he said he knew he was eventually going to have to go online, but he said no, everything's online. And we get talking about the fact that the one bonus of it is he wasn't forced to go online when nobody else was. In other words, it wasn't like, because he said people do love going in person more than online for him for fitness. And he said, but now they're talking about the fact that your competitor down the road can't do it in person either, though. So if they like your personality more, they're not going to have to decide, do I go to Bobby digitally and then somebody else in person? It's like everybody's digital. So I said, at least if it's going to happen, an opportunity is the fact that it happened to everybody equally all at once. So you weren't left where now you had some reason you couldn't do it in person, but they all could. Now everybody's equal. So if they like you more, you're still going to get those clients.
Yeah, the playing field got leveled for all of us.
Absolutely.
It didn't. The rich, the poor, the smart, the silly, we all got hit the same.
Absolutely.
It does not matter. And so the first time in a long time, or in many people's lives, probably the first time ever, that the playing field was leveled.
Absolutely.
But still depends on what you choose to do with that. Do you just find a way through, or do you look for the opportunities in it to evolve and move forward? And certainly for me, the work that I do about helping other people to evolve, that's where I was looking for the opportunity. How can I help myself and my organization evolve because of this?
And I want to ask you, because you mentioned something in passing as well that I want to make sure I don't also gloss over, but you mentioned having friends that are also speakers, and they were full-time speakers, and so everything hit them at once. What have you seen happen with them? Have you seen some of them that have found a way to pivot, or have most of them just kind of going, please come back soon for live events? Like, I'm curious what you're seeing, because that was the big thing I ran into with so many people in my world is, what am I going to do now? And they hadn't thought about pivoting or a second stream of income or nothing. So I'm just wondering, what has been the experience that do you feel from the people you've seen that are in that situation?
Some of the really smarter ones have certainly. There's two things I want to touch on. So number one is pivot. Please understand that digitizing your distribution channel is not pivoting. Where a lot of people, we got to pivot and go online now. That's not pivoting. You're just digitizing. You're doing the same thing. You're using a digital platform. That's not pivoting. You're doing the same thing for the same people, you're just using a different distribution channel. That to me is not pivoting. But what a lot of some of the realize, and it's quite funny because I've challenged a lot of my friends who are just speakers, and they do the same kind of presentation. There are 3 core keynotes and stuff like that. And when you've done most of the circuit, then what? And people want to work with you, then what? How do they do that? What have you got to offer? And that was what I struggled with, because I realized that when I was doing all that speaking and then was traveling all around Australia, doing stuff, speaking all this place, unless you're doing like 100 events a year, you're not making a real strong living as a speaker. I did probably 25 events in that 1 year, and definitely was not enough to live off of. Quite the opposite, actually. So if you're not doing at least like 100 events at a reasonable rate, you're not, making a living in terms of as a speaker. But these guys were making reasonable money doing their speaking. But what do you got to offer? So actually, a lot of them now have started developing programs, ebooks, working platforms. They've obviously moved doing more digital online events. Many of them are always happy to jump on a podcast now where they wouldn't have in the past, just to keep their name out there. So keep your name out there until such time as you can start doing live events again, so people don't forget about you as a speaker, and you still can showcase your talents. Doing a lot more just even video blogging, But now actually starting to look at building a program or an offering or something that they do beyond just their speaking. So give people some tools. So the savvy ones have done all of that. Some of the other ones have just kept their name out there and rested on the laurels and just said, like, I'm happy to just wait till everything gets back and I can start doing events again. And that's fine if that's their choice. But that's what I've seen happening so far.
Well, and this brings up a really important point, I think. And on this end, I mean, again, I'm not the judge of anybody else and I'm not living their life, but I will say that one of the smartest moves I ever made, and it was before this happened, but was to diversify and have multiple, call it multiple streams of income, but multiple offerings that were separate from one another. Because I went through 2008 as a full-time speaker. Now I've been a full-time speaker for 20 years, but 2008, so in other words, when I started 2002 up till about 2010, that was my only source of income. And so I went through 2008, which is the worst time till now to go through it because of the housing crisis that happened in North America. All of a sudden,
GFC and all that. Yep.
Yeah, and speaking budgets just disappear. People just like, we don't know when the next penny's going to come, so we're getting rid of the speaking budget. And you might have been hired to speak 2 days from now. It's like, sorry, we're done. And so what I did was I did this little I don't know what you call it, but like I did this hopping thing. I was basically on a surfboard on the wave, and I was just ahead of the wave stopping. So what I did was I switched industries it's the only, I mean, I would never want to do it a second time because I might not luck out, but I lucked out that every industry was losing their money. I knew when they were, I could see the signs of that. So I started with corporate and then they lost their money. And then I went to education, and then I went to nonprofits and associations. But when I got back to corporate again, it was like 2 years later and they were basically back on their feet. But my point of that, Dave, is I just barely hung on by a thread in the sense that I was always just a little bit ahead. But I didn't pivot. I was doing the same thing. I was just ahead. But now I don't even have that option, right? Because the live just disappeared. But my point of that is the smartest thing I did, and it took me a couple of years to get there, was to start understanding that I needed more than just one thing, all my eggs in one basket, because if the bomb falls out a second time, I might not survive the second time.
Yeah, absolutely right. And then having that, different assets, I guess, building your library of assets, whether it's even just ebooks and materials or books like you have, like you've got your books, programs, courses, everything that you're creating. I just find it the most fascinating of times when on my Evolution of Business podcast that I interviewed Duncan Wardle, who was the former VP of Creativity and Innovation for Disney. And he does a lot of ideation and travels around and helping people in teams become more creative. And he's talked about the 4 key skill sets that AI and all that either will take forever to work out or may never. And this is really critical for anybody, like even as speakers and people paying attention to this. And it's creativity, curiosity, imagination, and intuition. Right. So those are the 4 key skill sets that humans are going to or have that AI will not likely be able to replace, or if at all. And so, for anyone who's struggling what to do, well, you got to tap into your creativity, your curiosity, like question, challenge, be creative, use your imagination and your intuition. Like you're talking about, your intuition was like staying just slightly ahead of the wave and seeing what's next, and and pivot before you need to pivot. A lot of people pivoted, forgetting the digital stuff, but pivoted because they're just reacting to what's going on. There's, reacting, there's responding, and then there's leading the game or staying ahead of the game.
Absolutely. Well, I said it now, I think 3 times since Monday. And it's funny because I don't remember the last time I ever said the quote before that, but it keeps coming up in my head for whatever reason, which is the Zig Ziglar quote about dig your well before you're thirsty.
Yeah.
I always love that quote. Like, it's planting the seeds before you need the tree. We had James Mel on just before you, and we were just talking about that, which is that, so many people, like in the example we're using is, I said, James, how did you connect with so many influencers celebrity influencers? And he said, basically, years before I ever needed that contact or ever thought I could have that contact, what I did was I started going to live events and just building relationships. Yeah. And he said, I had no purpose for those relationships. I didn't want to cash them in. And then he said, here we are 5 years later, and now I'm finally cashing them in. But he was digging that well for years without ever expecting to get any water from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Travis just put in there, Travis Belanger. I don't know how you say that in Canada.
Yes.
Yeah, Trav. Anyway, Trav. creativity, intuition, imagination, and curiosity.
Love it. And then this is Facebook user number one, because on StreamYard sometimes if you don't sign in, they don't tell you who it is. So thanks, Facebook user. It said Preach
Value
Brother,
bomb.
Value Bomb, which is the I don't know if he came up with it, but the first time I ever heard that was with John Lee Dumas from Entrepreneurs on Fire. So I'll give John a little shout out. He always used to have, thanks for dropping so many value bombs today, brother. And it was like, I don't know if he's the first one, but he's the first one I heard it from a lot. So Dave, as we start bringing things to a close, I see a question here for you. So, I guess it was Christopher Cumby. So our good friend Chris Cumby that said, Preach Brother, value bombs. We do have a question here that I want to put up on the screen. And then I want to ask you, as we bring things to a close, how we can learn more, connect with you, all that kind of good stuff. But the question is, where would you look for a new opportunity? Are people open to taking advantage of the problems of COVID-19?
Oh, interesting. So I'll answer the second half first and then the first half second. So are people open to taking advantage to the problems of COVID-19? I guess depends on your interpretation. What are the problems of and taking advantage? Are we talking about in a bad way or in a good way? Are we talking about taking advantage of it in a negative context, or like taking advantage in terms of a positive opportunity? Like, I'll be very clear, my business has doubled in the last 6 months. But because I had decided to look for opportunities. Where would you look for new opportunities? Once again, if you're tapping into the creativity, imagination, intuition, and everything of what's going on in your life and your business, I would really, let's just put this way. I did this on my very first live talk post-COVID, actually online, and we were talking about, how does a restaurant create new opportunities for people and stuff, especially if people aren't going to be able to go to the restaurant as much, but how do they do it? And I said, there's a really great restaurant here, they do amazing ribs. And I said, can you imagine you call in your Uber Eats, whatever your order, you place your order, but they were running a live stream of the kitchen while they're cooking things, and they're cooking the ribs and all that, and they're going, okay, we got the order for Dave and Tova Clare. Here's their ribs. They've ordered this, that, and the other, and they're putting them through the thing, and they're talking about putting on the sauce, and they're showing me how much they're caring for ribs, and they're live streaming. Like, I'm going, that's my ribs they're cooking. Look at that, they're cooking my ribs. Like, I can see that my stuff's happening right now. Like, this is so cool. Sometimes we look for these opportunities. We're looking for something massive rather than something just simple that captures the hearts and minds of the people that we want to be of service to. That's just different. And I can actually see my food being cooked online and know that they can send a message, Dave, your stuff's being prepared. Go online right now because they're live in the kitchen. Like this, you're going live for 4 or 5 hours. They could be doing that there. Send me a message. I could even tune in. I could be talking to the chef in there. I could be talking to people in the kitchen. It's so interactive. The opportunity, because how do we get more interaction and engagement with people? That could be the opportunity. Opportunity doesn't have to be doing something totally different somewhere else. It could just be engaging with our clients, the people we choose to serve, differently. How could we do that? But creativity, curiosity, imagination, intuition, like Duncan tells us, are all those really cool things to do that. Now, also the other thing is, I've always said, as a Canadian, it was Wayne Gretzky's dad who told him, to skate where the puck's going to be, not to where it is. So if you start looking ahead and saying, well, what's going to happen here? How are things going to roll out? What are people going to want or need in the future? How am I going to do that? Where can I best position myself so when the market comes to there, like I was already ready to digitally transform my whole process I have with client work that I do as part of process was already. So once the market came around, I'm like, I'm there. Switching to digital was a piece of cake for me.
Well, and
like already, part of my process was already online. So the part of taking advantage, though, as long as that's not a negative context, George, when you're talking about that, you know what? Don't take advantage of anybody. We should be finding ways to add value, help people. If it is in a positive way, great. Take advantage of seize the opportunity. It's just a matter of what, if you look for it, you'll find it.
Well, it's something you just said there, which really spoke to me. It just reminded me of, at least, another Dave with a C start to his last name. So very similar names, but Dave Carroll. I don't know if you know that name, but he's the guy who wrote the song United Breaks Guitars, about United Airlines breaking his guitar.
Oh, yeah.
And so I had this conversation with him one time. I said, like, you had this virtual video. how do you now understand what it takes to create a virtual video? And I was just going there because I know, there's some people that say they can hack that system, but Dave had one, and I don't think he wanted that to be his dream, learning how to make viral videos. But what he said the truth is everything aligned for that video to go viral. Like his video was way more polished than most videos at the time, so it stood out. It was a funny 5-minute song. The biggest thing I think going for him is we could all relate to an airline not maybe treating us like we'd like to, and he was like the Dave versus Goliath, and all those things happened. But one thing he said, but what I was doing something that nobody else was at the time, and he said now everybody's done it since. But he said I look at it like what Apple does at the time. We were going back quite a ways, but with Apple, what he said, what they're doing is they're looking where everybody else is over with the X's, the low hanging fruit, and they're going to the Y on the the XY grid. And he said, so they're saying nobody's over here. Why don't we go over here and do something that nobody's done? Like, coming out with the iPhone before other people came out with that technology. And so I love when you said that, because to me, that's what it makes me think of about, look where the puck's going to be. I don't think Walter Gretzky gets enough credit for that quote, but look where the puck's
skate there. Yeah. Skate there.
Absolutely.
How did Wayne Gretzky was always there when the puck arrived?
Always,
because he could see. But you have to be able to read the play, right? So he was able to read the play and know that's going to happen there. It's going to come off the board. So I'm going over here, and be ready for it when it comes out, and it's going to. Because more times than not, he would be able, because he could read the play. So you have to be able to read the play, your market, your environment. You have to do all that sort of stuff. And I think that whole thing, it's, I guess, what you're talking about there is kind of like that, what they call that blue ocean strategy, is, you can, in the shark infested muddy waters and all that, or you can go into the open ocean and go find that. And it's I know it's a quote or cliche, whichever way you want to look at it is, go find the gap in the market and find out if there's a market in the gap. And now is the opportunity to do that. And some people have been forced and thrust into they're going to have to do it. And some people are going, hey, this stuff's happening. Here's my opportunity to go and do it. Because I've not needed to or wanted to, but not been enough motivation to. Now I've got more motivation. I need to do it. And so I've got to go make it happen. And just do some stuff. Like, I don't know, Corey, did you see the video I did with the 3 Daves?
I did not, no.
So I just had this really cool. I saw a guy had a picture of three people. And I thought, that's really cool. I wonder if I could do that as a video. And I just took my 4 questions that I say every business owner or leader should be able to answer. And I thought I'll just do something on that. And I'd film myself here, and I said talking to myself, and I'm like, so Dave, so here's the 4 questions. So Dave, what do you think? And then and I just pretended in my head what Dave over here would say. And then when that was done, I said, and the next question, Dave, what do you think that is? And then I filmed this section over here, me repeating it, and then this section over here, me repeating it, and then I just spliced it all together. And so there's me talking to myself with this background, and it's like 3 days. I've just had 3 different suit jackets on, so I just changed the blue jacket for each one. And I was just mucking around. Like, I just wanted to just do something creative and have some fun. Most viewed video I've ever put up on LinkedIn. Like, just do something cool and creative, because now, like at the very beginning, like, how do you, like, to me, just do something different to stand up. I just wanted to play around and have a little bit of fun. Could I do something like that? Could I just see if I could make it work? And what when I did that, and I'm like, I put out some really killer content, man. I think I put some stuff up like, this is gonna crush. People are gonna just soak this up, bam, bam. And I'm just like goofing around. Like, I did it in 10 minutes. We were about to go out somewhere. I said, look, I just want to tell my wife, I just want to do this thing. Let me just have a go at this first. And then I just put it up, and all of a sudden, view, it like shared 10 times, viewed 8,000 views or something stupid. It just went nuts. And I was just goofing around. I was just playing around with something. But it taught me that once again, to stand out and be different, find an opportunity, how you're going to express yourself, how you're going to get your message out there. But I would never have done that had all this COVID stuff, because I would never have set this up. I would never have done that, or not say I would never. It might have been a long time before I bothered to do it. So the opportunity, there's the old opportunity is nowhere, or opportunity is now here.
Mm-hmm.
It's all spelled the same way, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah. Dave, Claire, not to interject either, I was just going to say, this has been an absolute pleasure. And I never know with an interview because I like to go with intuition where it's going to go. And I thought we may stick around authorpreneurship and speaking. But I'm glad we went to the COVID area because I think a lot of people need to hear this because this is what's on. It's the elephant in the room. And either you address it or you ignore it. But I mean, I'm always happy to address it because people are struggling. Some people are, as you said, some people are thriving. You know, Kelly was just on as my co-host. You met her briefly. Kelly, she just said this has been her best year that she's ever had. And we had Jeff Hazlett on, who runs C-Suite Network, and they've pivoted to focusing on podcasts, and they've had a banner year. I mean, and it's not to brag at a time when some people are struggling, but just to point out, as we said earlier, people are still having solid years. And it's just like recessions, right? The one thing we know for sure about a recession is another one's around the corner. They're always going to happen. But we also know that there's been companies that were built during recessions and depressions that are still going today because they were willing to start when nobody else was. I mean,
and I'm a firm believer, Corey, if you can build a business during like the GFC or in times like this, you're building it in the worst of times, then it should do well in the best of times. Businesses built in the best of times don't always do well in the worst of times.
Absolutely.
Right? And so when it's born from adversity, like the fiery phoenix rising from the ashes, it's and I said with great empathy for a lot of people who are struggling right now financially, health, well-being, businesses. Businesses may not survive this, but people will.
100%.
So if your business, and please understand, like even if you're speaking business, your speaker, your business, whatever, that this could be a wake-up call that you needed. You may not like it at the moment, and we may not enjoy it while we're going through it, but it could be the best thing that ever happened to you. And it's like in 2 years' time, you might not realize this was the best thing that ever happened for you. Mm-hmm. Right now, you think it's happening to you, but it could be the best thing that happened for you in the long run, if you are open and willing to allow that for those opportunities to present themselves, right? Or to even to bother to look for them. Because I'm a firm believer, if you want to look for all the negativity that's going on in the world today, you'll find it. If you want to look for some of the amazing stuff that's going on in the world today, you'll find it.
So true, my
it's
friend.
There. It's just what you look for. And so if you're looking for opportunities, give it time, they will show up. But, it's funny because, I didn't know how this was going to go. I had all these notes written just on my thing here, just things about social media, speaking, podcasts, branding, marketing, Dave's 4-step process for public speaking. Didn't touch on any of it. But how cool is that?
Well, and I do believe, like you said earlier, something about, the universe kind of will show us the way and our intuition and stuff. And my intuition said to go where we went. And so I went with it. Dave, the most important question as we bring things to a close is, I think, how we can learn more. So it's like a book, right? Like we always say, if I have somebody's book, I can take it with me and learn more about them than I can just in an hour. So we've had you for almost an hour, but people might be saying, well, I want to dive in further. Where would you normally send people? Is there a hub?
I would just either just go to my personal website. For me, I have obviously circleleadership.global that people can go to, but daveclare.com, DAVECLARE, where it says right here, .com on the screen with a .com on the end of it. Or if you want to even learn more about the books and stuff like that, leadershipIssimple.com. So that's where that leadership is simple. So that to me be the best place to go. And anyone who sends me a message, just say if you saw me on the Blue Talks and you want to have a quick chat with me, just let me know you saw me on this, and I'll make time to even set up a quick Zoom call and a chat if there's anybody I can expand further, because I know there's some really great questions. George and Travis and a few other people, if they want to reach out to me, I will gladly set up a time just to have a quick half an hour chat online with them too, if they want to talk more about their situation, because they were kind enough to give their time and attention to this. So.
And if you're okay with it, Dave, because we'll have people in the replay that will hear you say that. And then also, I like to do a summary every couple of days on my email newsletter. So if you're okay, I'll mention it in there as well. Somebody that might not get to see the replay, but might want to reach out. So Dave, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. I thank you so much. I'll call it a to be continued because it's been too long since we've had you on the podcast as well. So maybe I'll circle back and see if we can get you back on that. But as I knew this would be, you crushed it, and I knew it would be a pleasure. So thank you, my friend. And I know it's like 2:30 a.m. for you now on Thursday. So let's let you run and move on with the rest of your life, which could involve sleeping. Exactly.
Yeah, very much so. Because I've got an 8 o'clock call with Captain America in the United States at 8 a.m. So in 5.5 hours.
Okay. Well, let's not eat up any more seconds of that then. I'll let you run, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. I appreciate you, my friend.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. So, such a pleasure to have Dave with us. Always learn so much stuff from him. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Travis, I think Dave saw it because he said thank you, everyone. So I think he saw your thanks just before he logged off. I'll thank you as well, Travis, and also my pleasure. I've learned to become a better receiver. Years ago, when people would offer something, even just as kind as thank you, I would be like, "Oh, don't worry about it," and "No, it's okay." But now I'll simply say thank you, I'll trust, I receive that. So everyone, we're going to go on a quick break. I'll call it a lunch break. It depends where you are in the world right now. If you are in Alberta, I think it's 11:30, so it is close to lunch. But we're just going to go to a break to the top of the hour. We're going to come back at what is 2 p.m. Eastern, and we have my good friend Felicia Reed, who's in my mastermind. She's a coach. She's been involved in TEDx organizations in terms of being on the organizing committee. So we're going to dive really deep with Felicia in a few different areas. And then to close out the day, we have a really cool guest as well, Joline Glassman, who has South Beach Boxing, which I want to ask her because I know she was planning to franchise it across North America. So I'm curious if that's still happening. And she's actually going to be joining us. She's traveling right now. She's on I think she's traveling for a month through various parts of the U.S. And so she's going to be joining us. I think it might even be from the car. So should be a fun conversation. And this lady has built a very unique business, in the boxing world, which has traditionally, not that it should be, but traditionally been a male-dominated industry. And so it's going to be really cool to hear some of what she went through to make that happen. So going to take a quick break. I will be back in 30 minutes, and I think Kelly will be back by then, but if not, she'll be back shortly thereafter. So thanks, everyone. I'm going to put up a little placeholder to say we're on a quick break, but otherwise than that, I will be back fairly soon. So thanks, everyone. Hey, everybody. We are officially back. Hope everybody had a good break. I'm going to be welcoming on our guests here shortly, but I am back a minute or two early, so I thought I would tune back in. Hey, everybody. We are probably should put that on mute. Back. Hope everybody had a good break. I'm going to be welcoming on our guests here shortly, but I am back a minute. You gotta love technology. It's lots of fun. The good part is this is the replay, so we'll be editing this stuff out later on. But yeah, so back here, and I feel like I got like a I don't know what you call that, but it was on Star Wars. I remember watching Star Wars, and it was like a infinite loop of me behind me on the screen. So we'll take that down in a minute. But it is kind of trippy though to be watching it because like each one's a delay after the other one. So I had my head turned around, two people behind me, but not on this one. Really trippy. So having said that, hopefully everybody had a great break. Kelly, I think I'm going to see here. Kelly will be back visiting us, my co-host, in 30 minutes. So I'll be bringing on my guests. It'll be just her and I for the first 30, and then Kelly will be joining us for the last roughly 15, and then we'll bring on our final guest after that. So just kind of, I guess, give you guys sort of a Blue Talks overview. I'm just going to shut the TV off. Get that off now. There we go. Just to give you a Blue Talks overview for those of you who are just joining us for the first time right now. What I've been telling everybody is Blue Talks. Best way to find us is bluetalks.com. So it's pretty easy. And rather than me sending you a whole bunch of places, I thought, why don't I just send you to the one hub? And on bluetalks.com, you can find the access to the book series. You can find access to the podcast. Even the virtual event, we have notes about when they're coming up on the website. And then finally, our live events, you can find it when they're running. The YouTube channel, where you'll find the link from bluetalks.com. The YouTube channel itself, if you go there, you can actually watch the live talks. And on the podcast, you get the audio from the live talks. And we have another whole round that we just filmed in Western Canada. So we're working on getting some of those ready as well for you to watch. And then early in the new year, as some of you have heard the news, we're moving. I should say moving because that's misleading. We're going to be sticking around doing all the stuff we're doing currently, but we're also bringing Blue Talks over to C-Suite, the C-Suite network, which will bring us to Roku TV, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Opera TV, on United Airlines, on certain United Airlines flights, and then and I think it's around 50 airports in the U.S., and then thousands of hotel rooms. And then we're also working out a deal with Connect TV, as you heard while we had Kent on for Connect TV this week, which will also bring us onto Connect TV, some other networks they run their platform on, and then much again like a double, it's a double take. We're going to be on Roku, Amazon, and Apple with them as well. So we'll actually be on two channels running across Apple, Amazon. So it's conceivable that you could be watching a speaker from Blue Talks in an airport on one screen running through Connect TV, and on the opposite screen across the way, you could be watching us through C-Suite Nation, or C-Suite Network. So lots of cool stuff coming up, and then the C-Suite Network is a new spot for the podcast as well. So not just the Blue Talks podcast, but my Let's Do Influencing show and also my Get Paid to Speak show. They'll all be going over into the new year to C-Suite as well, which puts us on the same network with the likes of Rich Dad Poor Dad. So we're going to be in good company. I think there's 300 podcasts hosted on that network. So that's all the housekeeping of what's coming up with Blue Talks. And other than that, we always say sharing is caring. So if you're watching this, excuse me, if you're watching this, we would love to have you share it far and wide. As I always say, you never know. Just one click of a share button could change somebody's life forever. And that's happened to me more times than I can think of right now. And I've had times where I've shared something and people said, I needed to hear that so much today. They sent me a private message. So you never know when a share is going to impact your life. So, if you're watching this and you could be so kind, we would love to have you share it far and wide. Comment as well. We usually do our contests based on the comments. So when people comment, if we're doing giveaways for books and what have you, we'll actually put them in a draw. And we draw from the people who commented. Even if they don't know they were supposed to comment, they get in the draw. And so comment and engage with us, and you may find yourself winning a prize or a contest. We've given away, I think, about we're upwards, or we're working towards 50 books now, just since we started this virtual event a few months back. And we have 3 more, and I don't even have it in front of me whose book it was. I think it was Joseph Michelli's. I offered to buy 3 copies of his book as giveaways as well. So lots of stuff coming up. And speaking of coming up, that's my segue to bring on our guest, who I'm super stoked to have with us today. So Felicia Reed, I think you have yourself on mute, but Felicia, so excited to have you here today. People wouldn't know this in terms of Felicia's background or mine, unless they were privy to it from one of us. But Felicia's been in my mastermind group now for going on 6 years. And I say mine, I use the term lightly because it's our mastermind group as a group. But it started almost 6 years ago. And since that time, I have to say a little pat on the back for this mastermind group, because we're about 90%, I would say, attendance over the course of 6 years weekly. And I've been involved in mastermind groups before as an attendee, and I haven't come across that and those numbers yet. So Felicia, welcome on board. And usually what we do is, Felicia, get people to tell us a little bit about themselves before I dive in a little further. So can you tell us a little bit about who Felicia L. Reed is?
Wow, Corey, I'm so excited to be here today and to be a part of Blue Talks and to see this finally get off the ground. And like you said, our mastermind team has been phenomenally successful in our tag ups and meetings and support, and even our products that come out of being in that group. So thank you for spearheading that. So about me, I am a speaker, a coach, 3-time certified coach, an advocate, a quality management professional, and a fiber artist. So I'm also huge on energy and working with other people to support them on their energy healing journeys. So I'm delighted to be here today, and I can't wait to see what comes out of this.
Awesome stuff. Well, where I want to start first, Felicia, because we haven't talked to anybody about this since we started this event, going way back to the very first one, which was June, I believe, which is about masterminds. Since we're both in a mastermind together, I'd like to maybe start there. I will say I have to give a special shout out to Sebastian, which is my 3.5-year-old son. And the reason I say that, Felicia, I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but this was just posted. Someone special named Sebastian said, Daddy didn't even say hello. As you were on now. So hello, Sebastian. I'm hoping you're hearing this. The person who sent this message can type if so. If you've heard that, it's not his mother. He's visiting with somebody else right now, and I guess they have this on right now. So that's cool. So
hi, Sebastian. Hi, Sebastian.
Awesome stuff. You never know. I mean, we're in a pretty unique world when that can happen. A person be listening at home to people that are in 2 different parts of the world, because Felicia is in DC right now today, and I'm in little Prince Edward Island in Canada. And so, Felicia, I promised I was going to dive into masterminds. And so maybe we can start off first by, can you tell us a little bit about, and I'll dive into, for a mastermind, for those that haven't been involved, what that is in a minute or two. But can you tell us about some of the benefits you've experienced being a part of a mastermind for so long?
Oh my goodness. The benefits are too many to just name in our session here, because it's amazing. One, how there is great synergy in our group. It's a very small and elite and accommodating a platform formed for us that are in there. And the benefits of belonging is that discipline, because we have that time, every week at a certain time we are together. We have a great sense of appreciation for the work that each member is doing. So we receive feedback and input and support into our projects personally and professionally. The ideas and concepts that come out of belonging to a mastermind group such as ours, because it's got to be effective, are just phenomenal. There's a lot of energy and intents that get passed around inside the group. And when you're in the right group, you will know it, because magic does happen. Not only are we there for each other as part of the group, but I can reach Corey at any time, just like any other member can reach either one of us at any time. There's great collaboration. I have access to, everyone's connections as they do mine. I get I get constructive criticism and feedback, and then there are days when we do meet and it's just all about us as individuals, and I have greatly appreciated that particular aspect of it. So I like to consider us like world problem solvers who are using our individual gifts and talents to take on world problems and issues. And as we can see today, Corey is tackling many issues with connectivity, communication, collaboration, humanitarian efforts, just by putting these talks together. So inside a mastermind team, there is so much that goes on in that forum that gets projected out into the platforms like we see today. And there are products that come out of it. There are books, there's art, there's talks, and all kinds of products, tangible products that come out of belonging to a mastermind group. And you never know who someone knows, what they're working on, and how things will line up. So the benefits are just unlimited, and it's all in what we put in and what we make it. And of course, Corey's driving that for us. So he's a great leader and, very understanding. We get unconditional acceptance. Some of us are, have really different life journeys, and inside the team that we have built, it's unconditional. There's no judgment. There's no, like or dislike, or maybe there's a lot of like, I don't know, but there's no dislike. It's just total acceptance, and it's a beautiful space to be in. So I hope that gave just a bit about how effective our team is.
Yeah, absolutely, Felicia. And I really, wanted to make the case for why people should, if they haven't ever explored the idea of a mastermind, why they should want to. And right now, just to tell people what we're working on right now, yes. It's kind of appropriate that I show this because Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill was the guy that most people coined with not coming up with the mastermind because they've been around forever, but actually verbalizing and saying this is a meeting of minds.
Yes.
And so without me going into full detail, because I want to move into a different direction, I'll just say that to me, a mastermind is a group of 2 or more people that come together, meld their minds for the sake of wanting to improve either every person in that group or everybody at once, but basically they're working towards some sort of common goal. And the common goal might be betterment of each person in the group, or it could be a common goal within the world, as you said, to improve the world. But to me, it's basically the melding of people, because 2 heads or 3 heads or 4 heads are likely better than one.
Yes.
To me, that's it in sort of a nutshell. So, Felicia, if we go in a different direction, you have a unique experience that not everybody has, and people are always asking me about it, which is being behind the scenes for TEDx events.
Wow.
So, being a volunteer, and being involved in watching the organizing committee and stuff like that. So first of all, before I dive into a few questions in that area, can you tell us what the experience was like?
The experience was extremely rewarding, very insightful. Being behind the scenes, I was able to capture information that is not publicly known, and not that it's a secret or anything. It's just that the behind the scenes people don't think that information is relevant. The information is concerning how presentations are rated, how speakers are viewed, certain things that the team looks for. And believe it or not, titles and taglines and written descriptions of presentations are extremely important, and no one would have thought about that not if you weren't behind the scenes or had that information from inside. But the first point of perception is the title, and if it doesn't pass a certain criteria or rating, the talk is probably not viewed. And not many realize that, and it's not a bad thing, but that selling point is the title.
Yeah, I so love that you said that, because we talked, was it yesterday? And now the days are running together for me on the event because we've had so many amazing presenters. But we were talking about the title and the importance of it. I think it was yesterday, and how oh yes, that's right. It was with Kyle Wilson, and we were talking about his book and how important the title was. And I asked somebody else how the book sold so many copies, and they said they really feel it was the title. It was George, who we had on, who was an actor who happened to sell over 1 million copies of his first book out of the gates.
Wow.
And I asked, what do you think did it? And he said it was the title, which was called Do the Hustle.
Ah, yes.
Excuse me, which was the name of a song.
Yes.
And because his chapters were separated by songs, they were built on themes. So he said, I think it was a solid cover and a great title is what made the difference. And then I brought up like Think and Grow Rich. I don't think there's any doubt in the world that the title of Think and Grow Rich, being written in the Great Depression, whenever people were struggling for money, it was a good title. How to Win Friends and Influence People tells you everything you need to know about what I'm going to get from this book. And so I'm glad you brought up titles, whether it's with talks or books, because I think a lot of times people just slap something together and hope for the best.
Yes. And we were instructed to, encourage anyone interested in providing a talk, Blue Talk or TED Talk, to do some research on the videos that are already out there as far as what the titles are going. So there is a whole other process that accompanies just preparing the presentation itself for the TED Talks, and that is market research that presenters have to do or should do before they complete their applications. And I received insight onto, how the applications are viewed. And sometimes too much is too much, and sometimes not enough is not enough. And it's all based on the tribe. The TEDx teams call themselves tribes. It's based on the TED tribe in the location. Region does also play a key part in how the talk will be received. And that's because the talks were, of course, in person before this year. And so, some talks just don't work in some regions. So that is another thing that is viewed. Will this work in our setting? Understanding the dynamics and the intent of the tribe. They have, a mission statement and a scope. And so they want to make sure that their presenters are in line with their overall objective. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. And, the presenters are given opportunities to receive coaches. And I highly encourage that if anyone goes down the TEDx talk path, that they take advantage of that, no matter how well you can speak or present, because that coach probably has some inside information so that your talk can be well received and effective for the area or the platform that you're on, the particular platform.
So before I dive too much further, I want to tackle something you said there that you said just in passing. And I'm always looking for that little piece of gold that somebody says, but they might not think, I should, hit this one really hard. But one thing you said there about looking at other titles of other talks.
Yes.
I always tell people, like, I was working with somebody and she was saying, well, her talk is going to be on divorce. And so what I wanted to know is how many people have already spoken on divorce, and A, was it viral? Like, did it get viewed by a lot of people? But B, the second part is, did too many people do too many divorce talks? And long story short, we were able to figure out how many divorce talks there were. We found out there were like 9 we could find where when we searched divorce, it was like the first 9 came up were TED Talks, and 8 out of the 9 have been viewed by over 300,000 people at minimum. So we knew it was a viral topic, but she had a unique take on it.
Yes.
And so I say this because I often tell people you need to look at the title and the theme of the talk and make sure it's not overdone and all that. But something else you said there, which I think is massive, and Evan Carmichael, we had on last time around. Evan Carmichael has a YouTube channel that has, I think, like 400 million views.
Wow.
And he started, but a lot of people didn't see this, he started 12 years earlier. And he does, I figured out the numbers of how many videos he has, which you can see, of course, on YouTube, how many videos are uploaded. And he has so many videos that if he did a video, actually, I'll correct this. I think he's 10 years now in, and I crunched the numbers. He had to do 4 videos a day, every day for 10 years to hit the numbers he has.
Wow.
So there's a message there about how much content you have to create and consistency. But one thing he said, I'm going to reveal something that's a really big hack. I hope people catch how big it is. And it's similar to what you just said, Felicia. And he said, what I do is he said, I look for the titles that are really popular. And then I actually make my title similar enough that it's the next thing that pops up on YouTube as the suggested video.
Yes.
I try to get behind every viral video and say, okay, you just watched a video on how to make friends and influence people. Maybe you'll like a video about how to avoid enemies.
Yeah.
You know, or something like that. And all of a sudden he said that's been used because a video got viewed 10 million times. He might get 100,000 just by the nature of the fact that it's the next suggested video.
Exactly. Piggybacking. Exactly. It's so important. And, you know, you mentioned the topic of divorce, and sometimes people, you know, come in and they just have that as their title, and that's not good enough. You know, what about divorce? What about overcoming divorce or preparing for one? And we need to dive in a little bit deeper and take a component of a broad topic such as that, and not the whole shebang. You might want to share your entire story for, you know, helping others, but actually it's a smaller segment that should be focused on to really show the expertise in that particular part of the divorce. For example, drama.
Well, you know, and that's a great point. I mean, what popped into my head, and I mean, I haven't analyzed this. Like, this is something I thought about it for a week ago, and now I'm sharing it. But top of my mind, as soon as you said that, my head started going to give an example of a divorce scenario that would be unique enough. And the first thing that popped in my head is the fact that most people that go through divorce come out of it financially bankrupt or worse off than they went into it, the marriage. And so, you know, maybe there's, and I didn't think of a title or anything, but something to do with the fact that financially what divorce does to you. That's a lot more targeted than just saying how I overcame my divorce.
Absolutely. And that would fit well for TEDx, and in I think the city of Greensboro has a dedicated female woman's TEDx platform under the umbrella of their larger platform. And you mentioned divorce and money, and I'm sure all the women are going to want that information. So again, know your setting and know your area.
Well, and another point about that, and then I'll circle back to some questions I have behind the scenes as well. But one of the things about what we just said there, I think is important to note, is also know, and we talked about this early on, I think the first day of this event, when it comes to writing a book, know your reason for doing it. So one of the things about, you know, if you're talking about divorce and money, well, this is just me talking out loud. You could be doing it for two reasons. One, you could have went through it yourself and you don't want other people to suffer the same way you did. But another reason could be maybe that's what your business is now. You coach females through the financial struggles of divorce so that they can set themselves up to not to go through that, let's say.
Yeah.
So now you do a TEDx or a Blue Talk or whatever it is around surviving a financial mess that comes as a result of a divorce.
Yeah.
And then on the back end, now TEDx isn't going to let you say, here's how you reach me to hire me for this.
But
Google you, and then you have divorce, money and divorce, and that's like your keywords everywhere. Then all of a sudden, they've seen your TEDx talk, and now they say, okay, I'd like to hire this person to help me do it. Even if they don't know that you do that, they might still go, well, maybe she can help me through this.
Yes.
So I think you also have to figure out why you want to do it, because I talk to far too many people that say, I want to deliver a TEDx talk because it seems like the thing to do.
That if that, that's a hot topic. And actually, you know, behind the scenes, I went through some training, it can't really be considered training, but meetings. And, you know, we were constantly reminded, you know, people should not be signing up to do TEDx talks because they either want the red letters behind their name or they want to make money off of it, which, you know, it could be a fallout. It could be a residual. You're not limited. But if you're going into it for those two reasons primarily, it will more than likely be looked down on. And that platform is, you know, totally interested in helping other people. So if you're going into it with your passion, you're going to be very successful rather than trying to appease the stigma that goes with, I want those, you know, those letters behind, those red letters behind my name, and I want to come out with a huge following and lots of money. That's not the spirit of the TEDx platform from what I gathered as far as being, behind the scenes.
Yeah, and to that point, my experience is you can't quote unquote game anything. Like whenever you try to do that, it almost always goes in the wrong direction. Like we had Dave Clare on just before the break, and Dave talked about how he constantly tries to over deliver with his videos and deliver all this great content. And then he did this one video, which was like a throwaway video that he did with 10 minutes to spare before walking out the door, but it was a unique video. And he said to this day, it's still the most viewed video he's ever done. And that goes to the point that you can't go, well, I'm going to do this and it's going to have this. I mean, usually the one you don't expect to do it, it'll be the one that has that happen. And so I think you have to do it at TEDx. You have to go in and not be tied to the result of what's going to happen. But having said that, I also still think you probably should know why you're doing the talk you're doing. Like there's no point of you going in to do a talk, and I'm just talking this out loud, but there's no point you going in to do a talk about ants, on the ground, if and not talking about, let's say, I'm trying to think of an example, but let's say your whole thing is how do you get your words or story out onto a book?
Yes.
Well, your talk should probably be something around storytelling or books or something that you're passionate about and something that you help other people solve a problem through. Unless, like I say, you want to do the vanity talk because you love ants and you want to do a talk about ants. But if your talk is about ants, what doesn't even help or serve anybody, what I'm saying is you probably at least should put the thought into what am I delivering the talk for? What's the reason behind it, at least?
To make chocolate ants.
Yeah, and that could be the answer, right?
Could be. And another thing, Corey, is being behind the scenes at TEDx. It's highly encouraged that you have an exit plan. The speakers or presenters are encouraged to, have goals and objectives after their presentation, so they can keep that momentum and that message flowing, because TEDx talks don't go anywhere. I mean, they're archived in places, they're constantly viewed. And the team that I worked with, highly encouraged others, the presenters, okay, what are you going to do after this? Because now that you are, your presentation is out there, it has to go through the approval process and be accepted. And TEDx has to, get it out on its platform first. And then all glory breaks loose, if you want to put it like that. And you have to be ready for that. I'm not a TEDx speaker. I'm the behind the scenes person. You're that expert. And that once that presentation, hits that channel, that you're going to have likes, dislikes, and probably contact. And how do you handle that? I wasn't prepared for that is not an answer.
Absolutely. And so let's move in a different direction now, Felicia, about, and I'll probably circle back to the TEDx thing at least once more, but on the speaking side, because I know you've had an experience with this, and I'm sure you're open to talking about it to some degree. And as always, I'll let you decide how far you're willing to talk about it. But you and I have talked in the past about the challenge with either paying to play as a speaker or speaking for free all the time. And, I know you've had a similar experience to me where there's some you get taken advantage of because they're trying to give back. And this is a thing I think a lot of speakers run into. So I want to give a throw to those people that are struggling with that. But it's so easy. You could speak. I'm not saying you could, like a general person, because even when you're speaking free, people don't need to want to hear your message and all that kind of stuff. But you could speak every day of the week for free year round, never get paid a penny, and go financially bankrupt doing it. So my question is, how do you decide which events that you would speak at, whether it's with no fee, and then also, what decision have you had to come to about not always speaking for free?
Wow. And I'm so glad you brought that up, because it is important right now, especially in virtual settings where so many people who were on the path for, getting on platforms are now like, oh, what do I do? We can't get in front of each other. So pay to play. Yeah, I have been in that boat. It was a floating boat. Luckily, it didn't sink. It was necessary for me to pay to speak in some platforms so that I could speak. And, speakers are, if you don't have anything on and not that I didn't, but an instance would be if you don't have anything on your portfolio that gets attention, or in your portfolio that gets attention, you might want to invest, and that's what I call it, invest in speaking. However, what tends to happen is, you then become seen as a person, a speaker who is willing to pay to speak. So we have to be careful with the intent. If it's a great platform that you want to be on, and it's in line with your work and your passion, by all means, if you can, make the investment. But when you pay to play and to speak, make sure that you are part of the marketing, the expected results. Make sure that you're getting your input heard and felt inside that group, because otherwise you don't own it. You don't own it. So I'm really huge on energy. I believe, the intents that we set become results. And it's simple. And also in regards to speaking for free, like you said, you can speak for free every day of the week, probably a couple times, a day, if you put yourself out there. But what it also does is it creates low self-worth in some instances. It blocks, opportunities for paid engagements. It dulls your shine in some capacities on that spectrum. However, when there's balance and we are speaking in platforms that are, I want to do this because it will help, I can give, I feel good about it. I don't feel like I'm going into it just so I can speak. I feel like I'm doing it because I know it will make a difference. Then that's the karmic, energy that we want to be around, because it will be returned, because it was based on giving and not doing. And there's a big difference. There's a huge difference. We don't want to go through motions just because we're speakers. If it's free, we want to actually have an impact, so that the next engagement that comes through, someone will say, well, I know you spoke for free there. Guess what? You don't have to speak for free for us, because we have, budget for your presentation, and your impact is phenomenal. So you set the stage because it was impactful in giving, and not just you're showing up. Anybody could show up. Anybody could show up.
I love that. And I'm going to bring Kelly on in a second. She's backstage now in the post. But, and this is a good segue to bring her on, because I want to bring her into this conversation as well about the pay to play, because we haven't touched on this in any of the Amplify Your Message events. Yeah. I've been covering a couple areas with you, Felicia, that we haven't covered with other people. But the pay to play thing, for those that don't know, it's exactly as it sounds, but also it's still a industry jargon. So really it means that the play part is getting on stage and speaking and being involved. And the pay part in that case means that you're making an investment or paying for the time that you have on the stage. And I really do believe, it's like I've always said, there's never a good reason to speak for free, but there's lots of good reasons to speak for no fee.
Yes.
And even though some people think those are the same things, to me, no fee means a different thing, because you're still putting value in yourself. You're just saying, this time I'm not charging a fee. And I also believe there's times that it makes sense to pay. For instance, if you can get amazing footage, brilliant footage, you can get all this other stuff from it.
Absolutely.
As a one-off, that's one thing. Another thing, though, there's a group, and I won't say their name because it's more their business than mine, but they charge speakers to speak on their stage, and this was before COVID, and the fee that they wanted me to pay was around $5,000 US to speak on their stage. And so immediately, people have never heard of this before and say, well, that doesn't even make sense. Why would you pay when you're delivering value? But here's the reason why I was planning to do it until COVID sidelined it, is in the room, there was close to 200 professional speakers, and my topic was going to be how to land your TEDx talk.
Yes.
So I'm not going to, so I'm not saying in that case it never went forward, but either A, in that case I would be able to make an offer in the room for my program.
Yes.
But even if I couldn't have done that, it probably still would be worth it, because at least, I would say at least 3 people out of 200, even if I didn't say a word about that I do it for other people, are going to approach me. And all I would need is 1 to 2 people to sign up to pay for my investment.
Yes.
So there are some cases where I agree with it, but there's also a lot of cases where people are charging you and then not delivering what they promise,
Exactly.
or you're just paying because you're like, I want to be on that stage.
Right.
And so I want to bring on Kelly for this as well. So Kelly, meet Felicia. Felicia, meet Kelly.
Hi,
Hi,
Kelly.
Kelly.
Hi, nice to see you here.
Yeah.
And so I want to dive back in with Felicia here in a second. And Kelly, I know you've been listening in for the last few minutes. I won't go too far into it because, again, it's your story to tell. But I believe I remember you telling me you had a scenario too where you paid somebody to be on their stage and then they never delivered at all. And then they switched it to virtual, but then they didn't really deliver. And so you've had experiences as well in the pay to play format, have you?
Yeah, in fact, a few years ago, I actually paid to speak at an event in London in the UK. And so that was like a $5,000 investment for me, and it wasn't worth it for me at all. But I think pay to play only makes sense if you have a product to sell. And my whole experience with speaking is like in the first, 9 years of my life career, as a speaker is all about keynote speaking.
Yep.
So I never had a program until this past year where I started really developing being an Amazon book coach and, doing best-selling author launches for people and stuff. So now I'm okay with looking at the pay-to-play type speaking because now I have a program to sell. So I think as long as you've got like a solid program or a solid offer, it makes perfect sense. But if you don't, then it's not worth it. So right? Like if you're just a keynote speaker, you don't have something to sell other than a book, it's not worth it at all.
I agree. And, I appreciate that so much, Kelly. And, even with being on many different platforms, virtual, in person, my own platforms, I will still, within reason and affordability, pay to play, because either I want to build that, with someone, I want to build that forum with someone. I have a product that I want to get into that platform, but, so I'm not opposed to doing it. I just think the intent, and it has to be the right platform. Money-making schemes, just because it's speaking, I don't do well in personally. I can't get in that energy. However, where there is like full up, we're gonna come out of this with something, or magic's gonna happen, miracles are gonna unfold, I'm all for that. I will buy into that, because I understand a lot of coordinators or organizations, they may just be getting started. They need buy-in, they need you, they need me. I understand that. And Corey mentioned, you never know that one little thing that you can do. I'm not saying a $5,000 little thing, but that one little thing that you can do may make a huge difference. So I'm not opposed to paying to play. It's got to be the right thing.
Yeah, it's got to be the right thing, got to be the right audience. And that was the other thing is they promised me that there was going to be 200 people in the room, and there was 80.
Wow.
And so,
Did you get your money back?
No, of course not. They're not going to give money back.
That's usually the case.
And that's the thing too, is that it's hard. I mean, again, to your point about expectations, it's hard to get somebody to say, I guarantee you'll have the 200 or you get your money back, because who's going to do that, right? That's, you still get to choose. Well, then I'm not willing to do it. But the point is, Kelly, the odds of them having it set up saying, I'll guarantee you this many people or your money back are pretty slim. I think in that case, whatever the number is, but let's say a person paid $4,000. They should do something. Like they should say, okay, we'll give you $1,000 back, or we'll give you this back, or give you some more time on our virtual stage or whatever. But yeah, usually nothing happens. If they don't deliver it, they don't deliver it. But Felicia, go ahead. Sorry, Kelly.
But I think what it means is that if you're going to choose to pay to play, make sure that the event is a proven event that is known for having butts and seats.
Successful.
Right? Mm-hmm. I think that's the important thing. That was the lesson that I learned, is that I'm not going to do it with someone that this is their first time doing the event or the second time doing the event. I just won't do that again.
I might do that.
Well, keep in mind too, that was me going all the way from Canada to London. So
Wow. Yeah. No, I
that,
won't do
like
that.
that, there's a lot of travel involved, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, extra expenses involved. Like if it's, somewhere local, and there's not a lot of extra expenses, then I'm interested in looking at it, but I'm not going to make that kind of an investment
Right.
for an unproven event.
Especially when we are proving today that things are very effective virtually as well, and doesn't cost you anything but a plug into the PC or whatever you're using, and you don't have to travel. So just with good judgment, pay to play.
Yeah. Awesome. So Felicia, as we wind down, we have about 5 minutes left roughly. And so I told you that I want to circle back to TEDx one more time. So
Yep.
I'm going to ask you a quick question based on working behind the scenes with TEDx. And, Kelly, you can chime in here as well. You've delivered 2 TEDx's at this point. But Felicia, what have you seen for the, when you watch the speakers, because you maybe got to watch them go through the whole chain, what have you noticed are a couple of common traits of the ones that actually delivered?
They know their stuff. I mean, they have done the research. Their titles are great titles. They are willing to receive feedback. That is critical, because even before you get on, before you get on that stage, you're critiqued from your package coming in to your trial runs or whatever is required in that group. But you have to be humble. And I sat on a platform where there were some pretty, heavy hitters, and I watched them. They were outside the building before their presentations, still being coached. They were so open to receive and to be humble, even for their outfits that they put together. It depends on the room, the background, whatever the team selects, as far as coming across as being received very well for a speaker. But I think the one quality that I saw was that these people are humble. They have no attitudes. I'm sure there's, it happens, but I don't see it. I didn't see it. They are very, considerate. They want to please. Their passion is incredible. But the one prevalent quality is they're willing to keep learning. And that's what the platform is. It's a learning platform. So the speakers are going to learn. The coordinating group is going to learn. The audience is going to learn. If you're not there willing to learn and to, be a part of the overall intent, then it's probably not the platform for you. You can't go in thinking that I am TEDx. I have all these presentations and all these talks behind me. No, when you're in that particular platform, you are part of that group, and it's a group. It's not about you. So I think humble, no ego, and the willingness to learn are critical qualities.
Love it. Anything you want to add to that, Kelly?
I totally agree with you. That's one of the things that I've been enjoying about even, the speakers that we've had on the 3 days is that was one of the common themes is about being humble.
Yes.
Right. And, getting like the standing ovations and stuff like that. I mean, that is a time to be, just so humble that you've gotten that gift from the audience that, they want to give you that standing ovation. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yes, the synergy inside and behind the scenes is we're all in this together. When I have been in behind the scenes settings, the speakers are serving each other lunch. We are cleaning up. There is no hierarchy or experience tenure. We are all here together to make this event successful and to support each other. So you just have to be humble and roll up your sleeves and be willing. And you can't go sit in the green room and say they'll do everything for me. No, that's not what TEDx is about. It's about community, and it's about making an impact. And the only way to do that is in a real team spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. So Felicia, I know you're taking a sort of a social media break right now, But is there any place you'd like to send people if they want to learn more about you or connect with you, or where would you suggest people go, or what does that look like right now?
You know, I have such a diversified background, but what's really hot right now for me is the artwork that I'm doing with fiber art. And I'm using that as my modality right now, and I'm going to run with it. I've done some really heavy stuff, and it's time for a break. It's time to push back and let all the intents flow through. So I can be reached on Instagram. I yesterday went cold turkey off of Facebook. Yes. And I can be reached on Instagram at Fiber Art with Felicia. I think that's the name. I'm there yet, but I'm there. And Corey knows how to find me, but social media can be overwhelming and consuming. And I encourage everyone to, follow a natural path. So I'm looking forward to more light and lots of abundance.
I'm looking at your artwork website.
Behind me.
And even on your website too. And I'm an artist also. So I was so excited before you got on. I looked up your website and I love, I just became an artist 5 years ago. And so somehow I want to incorporate doing my art and a speech at the same time to create some sort of an experience with that. But I haven't figured out how to tailor my message to that yet.
So let's talk. Let's talk. Okay. And good job, Corey. We see it in the mastermind group all the time where synergy and alignment just happens naturally. So he didn't know that before we got together just now. So good job, Corey. You're on point.
Thank you so much, Felicia. And I just put your Instagram page. I just went and grabbed it and put it in the comments. So make it easy for people, and they can go check you out there and learn more about your art. And I will see you next week at the mastermind group when we talk about organized planning. Think you're great. So just
got it. I got it. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, so Kelly, I'm going to bring on our next guest right away. I'm going to say last but not least, I've been super stoked about this. I can't wait. I've been watching her stuff on Instagram, and I know her energy. She is going to bring her A game. So let's bring her on. So Joline Glassman, how are you doing today?
Hi, yay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Yay. Okay.
And this is my co-host, Kelly. Kelly, meet Jolie.
Hi, Jolie.
Hi.
So I was expecting, because I know you said you were traveling, I was thinking that you were going to be doing the call from a car. So
I was too nervous. I was going to mess it up. So I was like, you know what? Let me hunker down. I'm in the mountains. I could lose Wi-Fi. I didn't want to mess it up. So I hunkered down.
I love it because it's already like one level above, because I thought it was going to be in the car. So it's already even.
Yeah, it probably would have been better. You'd see the mountains, but maybe I would have gotten signed off.
Yeah. It's better to have you here than the mountains here.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome.
Yay.
So exciting to finally meet. We've been chatting online, but hadn't met yet. And I mean, once I started reading about your background, I was just blown away. I just said, we need to bring this person on. Kelly doesn't, I mean, she's probably done a bit of her own research, but outside of, me bringing you on, she doesn't know a whole lot. So Jolie, what we usually like to do is get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves, and then we dive in further. So, and you don't have to worry about how far you go back, because we'll dive in further. But can you just tell us a little bit about yourself rather than me reading it on a piece of paper?
Sure. So I come from a teaching background. My history, 30 years in teaching and transformation and educating. I live to serve. So I started as a teacher in lockdown facilities and prisons and jails. And the serendipity of what was to come next was I always let the kids fight, but one-on-one, no one can jump in. And I was in the reverse discrimination. I was the only white girl in these schools. And they were like, how's this little white girl get these kids in order? And I say, I'll let them fight, but no one jumps in one-on-one. I would literally facilitate it and move the chairs and let them fight. And I was in fitness because teaching didn't pay such a good salary. So after school every day, I taught fitness. And then I ended up owning a boxing gym. I opened in 1998, South Beach Boxing. We were the rebirth of when the Fifth Street Gym closed, where Muhammad Ali trained with Angelo Dundee. And I thought boxing originally was just fighting. I didn't get the whole thing. And then obviously the serendipity of it all was I was teaching boxing my whole life in the jails and the prisons. And it changed my whole life. So it went on to, I have a charity now, and I mean, we had all the greats training at my gym. Bernard Hopkins, Roy Jones, Muhammad Ali did a bunch of birthdays at my gym. Everybody, Bo Jack, Roberto Duran. So I really got to live around heroes, which is amazing. And I brought the kids in from inner city schools. I'm very involved in the schools, and I bring them in. Any problem, I don't know what that means, but misbehaved children or someone that says they're problem children, I take them. And it's my pleasure, and I love it. And I make them strong. I love teaching people to be strong and fit, because for me, a strong body is a strong mind, and everything I do is about strength, being stronger, fitter, faster, longer, better, always. And doing it now, like get up and do it now. No excuses, a lot of grit, a lot of hustle, a lot of alignment with what it is you say you want to do. If they don't want to be strong, then I'm not going to make them strong, but who doesn't want to be strong? So now I have a charity, and it's called Jolie's Kids. So for every kid that pays, a kid that can't afford it goes free. And I love social integration, age integration, economic integration. It really is magic. It creates magic to have the whole mix of it all. And I have all that in one space. So it's South Beach Boxing. But now since quarantine, and I'm a freedom fighter and I run away from control, I'm creating a new brand, and it's called Mind, Body, Spirit, Fit. And the FIT is an acronym for Fight for Intentional Transformation from Love. So I teach a win-win, how to ask for what you want and get it, how to just have life your way and serve at the same time. A lot of people have either or conversations, and I love to teach having it all. I like the and word. So that's where I'm at.
Wow, so much to unpack there. I think the first thing I wanted to ask you about, because what's amazing to me that you started in the boxing world at a professional level, let's say, meaning opening the gym and that in 1988. Because honestly, you don't look like you're old enough to do that. Because I mean, I was born in '75 and
98.
Oh, I thought I saw 88.
Oh no, I'm not old enough to open an 88. 98.
98.
I'm going on 23 years. Yeah.
Okay. 23 years is still a long time. My question though is, in that industry, is it safe to say that a lot of the gyms were owned predominantly by males? Like, was it a male-dominated industry?
100%. I've always been the female in a male-dominated industry, even in teaching in jails and lockdowns. And it is a male-dominated sport, and I'm the female that took over for my gym is super well known all over the world, and the men need a woman's touch. You know, boxing gyms are grungy and they're raw, and a lot of people think, oh, boxing intimidating. It's the least intimidating place, and mine, even though it's raw, it's super clean. So I'm very into it. Needed a woman's touch, very clean. And it's beautiful, and the community and the magic. And I would have to say, people would be like, I'm glad a woman's running this place.
I love that.
If you're in the boxing.
Well, I want to ask you about that because, like I said, I mean, we think of it as a traditionally male-dominated sport. So was it difficult? And when I say this, I mean, from a client perspective, was it more difficult to get clients in? Like, do they think I should be going to a male gym or anything like that? Like, did you run into that at all?
98, imagine it was almost 23 years ago, and boxing wasn't in the fitness world. We brought it to the fitness world. So I had to educate people very often that they weren't going to get hit. We were going to train them like a fighter, because it's the only sport where you're weighed in. So every pound of your body is used. So you're literally generating power, which I say I'm all about strength and power. So I really did my homework. If I'm going to go into a male-dominated sport, I'm going to make sure I really know my stuff. And there was no suppressing me. I really knew what I was doing, and they listened, and I put out a really great product, and I live for service. So there was no objections. Yeah. But in the beginning it was hard. I mean, I'm the girl that owns the boxing gym. It took a lot of educating to be accepted, but I'm a fighter.
Go ahead, Kelly. I think you want to say something about boxing.
Yeah.
I use the word boxing, so
I know. I love that, when I saw that we were going to have you on board, I was so excited, because the reason boxing is near and dear to my heart is because my dad actually competed for Canada in the Pan Am Games in 1978. And he won the bronze medal.
Yay.
And and then my uncle, so his brother, he actually was a coach right up until I think last year. He finally stopped coaching, and it was interesting because he got into coaching the females because he found that the girls were more committed than some of the boys.
Yeah, the girls, the guys want to wail out right when they start, and it's not street fighting. The best fighter is very relaxed and never angry. So, and in the Army, even though I'm going back to boys, it turned boys into men. So it's all about respect and honor and accomplishment and grit, and really turns boy. I don't really love women to be in the professional sport of boxing. So I just mean boxing in life, bob and weave, stick and move, come out winning. I'm writing a book right now called Life According to the Rules of Boxing. So I don't box professionally in the ring, even though I sparred my whole previous 15 years of life. But I don't really love girls boxing so much. I just think everyone should learn how to fight, learn how to defend themselves, and learn to be super strong. But I like the men in the ring for sure. And the girls do pick it up quicker for the workout. They listen, they have rhythm too. It's a very rhythmic sport. So if you can't dance, it's a little bit difficult to get the rhythm of boxing.
Right. Cool. I love it. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Well, and I want to dive into what your experience has been with influence and branding and stuff in that area. And I also want to talk about coaching, because obviously you're in the, we see it right on your name, NLP. You're into neuro-linguistic programming. So I'd like to talk about that. But I'm curious, did you watch the fight the last about a week ago with Tyson and Jones?
Did you see my Instagram? It was so great because she's like my mom. Muhammad Ali's ex-wife is like my chosen mom. And it just so happened the same 2 days I was in Raleigh, she was in Raleigh, and I didn't even know about it. And I'm scrolling through Instagram and I see Kalila signing autographs. And I'm like, where is that? And it's Raleigh. I'm like, Raleigh? And then I'm like, how far is that? 2 miles from where I was. So if you see on my Instagram, I literally gave her a heart attack. So I surprised her. I went and we watched it at a neighboring gym in Raleigh, and Bone Crusher Smith was there, and Bill Clancy, just a few of old school people. And yes, we did watch the fight. I don't agree with the decision, but we watched the fight.
I don't know if this is like politics. Am I allowed to ask who you thought should win?
I think Tyson won it. Yeah, he definitely was in better shape.
I'm not a boxing. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs, but from outside looking in, it looked like Tyson dominated that whole thing. And it looked like Jones was really tired.
Then you know more than you think. Yes. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, boxing is hilarious because it's a one-on-one sport. No one's saving you. No one's bailing you out. That's why I love the anti-bully. I am the bully of bullies. So I love that one-on-one. And when a fighter smiles, they're hurt. It's always reverse. And he was talking so much trash after. And I love Roy Jones. He's great, but have respect for Tyson did great and he did better. And I think he got a little bit robbed for sure. Roy was out of breath from second one.
Oh, the other thing, just to finish that off, is that I also know there were rules that like Tyson wasn't allowed to knock him out. My understanding is there was actual rules because of the age and everything. They made those. That's what I read anyway. I don't know if that.
So they did say that. I did hear that as well, but it was 2-minute rounds and it was an exhibition. But they also said there wasn't supposed to be a winner because it's a 3-minute round. But ever since Conor McGregor got to fight Mayweather, I'm kind of out of the sport of the professional part of boxing. I like more old school. I don't think that fight should have ever happened. It's not even legal. You're not supposed to fight a 12-round fight till you did 4, 6, 8, 10. So yeah, now it's just so money. It always was. Boxing started, it's like no mud, no lotus, right? So boxing started with the rich man taking advantage of the poor kid. So it's the synergy of all of it that's so beautiful, but it's the boxers that have hearts of angels. No one would ever think that. And they're the most angelic, soft, kind humans. I think I've met 1 or 2 boxers that weren't so kind. The rest you're like, wow. But they go through war. So imagine what you do when you come out on the other side, and imagine getting hit so many times and then shaking hands after. That's amazing. And I heard the lady before talk about, it's all about humble. Of course, it's the most humbling sport ever.
Love it. So Jolie, what I want to talk to you about next is Instagram, which is where I kind of discovered you through Instagram. And I want to get because so many people come to me saying, I'm so lost with Instagram. It's the one that they haven't figured out yet. And I feel like you have it to some degree figured out. Like you engage in it often, you use it often, so you probably learned some things, some tricks of the trade. What have you found? And I know this is a deep question to jump in right away, but what have you found has moved the needle the most for you being on Instagram?
Well, interesting. I bounce back and forth between the different genres or the audience of Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and, trying to tackle it all is not easy being everywhere at the same time. I would say Instagram is a younger, from what I find, crowd. The engagement. So I'm crazy with service. So if I get a comment, I respond. If I didn't respond, I'm like, almost horrified. Like, how did I leave that person out? I hate leaving someone incomplete or not responded to. So I'm pretty much white on rice with the responses. And I do a lot of stories. And I also live a life that's high action. So I'm always posting in my daily life of the fighting and the gym and the community and the charity. So I guess it's more of an engaging type of content than going to work today, leaving today. So I guess it's more exciting. Otherwise, I don't know why I've gotten traction on that. I actually believe I have more traction on Facebook because when I do live videos, I get a lot more views on it. But really, I think you got to be everywhere, and that's a hard task to do. So it's being everywhere and managing all of it, not leaving anybody out. But I really believe you got to engage. You got to comment, you got to like, you got to respond, and you got to be consistent in post.
Yeah, I mean, again, same like you said to me about me on the boxing side. I have to say, I think you have your handle around it more than you're even giving yourself credit for, because you said key things there. Consistency on social media is everything, but engagement, like this day and age, and I'm guilty of this too. It's so easy to go, I'm just going to put it out there, and then I'm going to go do my thing. But it's also that's not social, like, so if I put a post on LinkedIn and then I just say, you're welcome, and walk away, then I'm not following the service that I'm expecting this service to be about, which is let's engage with each other. Let's be social. And so I love what you said there about you don't want to leave anybody without closure. And I think that's a golden nugget that probably some people will gloss over, but it's huge to not leave people hanging.
Yeah, I really hate the feeling of being left out. I don't remember it being so strong for me as a kid, but I don't want to leave anyone out. I don't want anyone to, one of my strengths on the Strength Finder, the second one is includer. So I love including people, and I love sharing authentically, and I love contributing to people. So I watch the feedback on what is getting the most views or what's getting the most engagement. And then I ask questions of what they like most, and then I give them what they want. You got to give your people what you want, and exactly what you said, you got to be social. It's called social media. So you can't just post and leave, and it's got to have a common thread throughout so people really get to know you and who you are. And what's amazing is feedback is so important. People don't realize the lives they're changing when they do contribute. And when you do get the feedback, you're like, wow, that did make a difference. And then imagine how much more difference you're making of the people that don't tell you. Even when I was a school teacher, I explained to my trainers that work for me in the gym, I always say, you don't even know the lives you're transforming. So you got to take every minute, second opportunity that you're in front with people and deliver value, because you're changing lives that you will never know about. And who doesn't want to contribute?
So agree. And Kelly, I want to give you a chance to jump in. I was going to say one of the things, Jolie, that I saw, and I was just now scrolling on your Instagram because I remember there was one that really jumped out at me. And I don't want to say his name wrong, but Angelo Dundee. Am I saying it right?
Best. Yes, the best.
So that post, and again, I don't know why, I can't even explain why, but that's the post I saw of yours that pulled me right in. And then I went and Googled him and researched and did a lot of stuff and learned stuff. And this was even before talking about bringing you on here. And so again, how do we know why something resonates with us? But for me, it was a picture of you and somebody else who I immediately thought, because of your background in boxing, must be related to boxing. So I got to go read this post. And again, I don't know the reason, but to your point, if I were a becoming boxer and I had heard of him, I mean, that could change my entire life, reading that post, right? Because I could read about him and go, he inspires me, and your post could have inspired me through that osmosis. And so to your point, you never know when a post is going to resonate with somebody.
For sure. That's why people, anytime, there's a book, Feel the Fear, Do It Anyway. It's like, don't be scared. You got to be authentic and share. You never know who you're reaching, and you never know what's going to come back, and you never know when. Like it could have, I think the post you're talking about was probably a long time ago. I don't even know when that was. So yeah, you never know what you put out and what comes back. It could be a year from now. That's why service is so important at all times, because it might not be an instant result. It could be later on. Why not serve anyway, right? It comes from you and it comes back to you. So I love teaching to always come from love, because whether you notice it's coming back to you, it's coming back to you.
Well, on that note, and then Kelly, I want you to jump in with anything you might want to ask Jolie as well. But, it's a great point. Like, we're filming this on 12 different platforms. And so when I'm watching it, it's only like on this side here, it's only through the Facebook side, but it's on LinkedIn Live, it's on YouTube, it's on, like I say, probably 10 different Facebook platforms. And then on top of that, it will stay up as a replay. And now people are like learning on demand. I want to watch it when I want to watch it. And so then it'll be up as a replay. And then, maybe use some clips on the podcast later. And my point of what you're saying is this stuff, who knows who's going to impact it? Who knows when they're going to discover it? And I learned, a couple of years ago that you can't anymore force feed somebody and say you have to be there at this time. But at the same time, you have to kind of look at it like the whole world could tune in at some point. So I'm going to deliver as if the whole world tuned in.
For sure.
So I see that a lot with this is because, like I say, and there are even comments like the way StreamYard works, certain comments won't show up. And then I go back and find all these different comments in all these places. So I have to make sure that again, to your point, I don't leave anybody hanging. And so I really think it's important we show up the same way we show up regardless of what the situation is. I mean, I'm a big believer of showing up for everything.
Yeah, you don't want to leave someone with, people are going to make things up anyway, because that's what we do. We make it all up. And I'd like to clarify things for them and not leave room for miscommunication. I'm horrified if I leave someone out or I didn't answer them. And then I'm like, oh my God, my apologies, I missed it. And you got to be everywhere to see everyone's comments. But, I always tell my staff, you can make someone's day or break someone's day. And for sure, I'm going to make their day. Everybody is going to leave my space feeling much, much better when they walked in, for sure. That's the goal.
100%. Love that. So Kelly, I don't want to steal all the time here. So Kelly, did you, anything pop up that you want to ask?
Yeah, well, you're right about impacting people, because like I grew up in the same town that I'm in right now. And it's funny because some of my friends guys that I went to high school with will tell me, oh yeah, your uncle taught me how to box. And if I wouldn't have taken boxing in high school when I did, I probably would be dead. I'm so grateful that your uncle, coached me to box, because it kept me off the streets. It kept me off drugs. It kept me out of the bars and, hanging out with the bad kids. And, he taught me all these things. And you're right. A lot of time we don't find these things out until years and years and years later.
Boxing saves lives, for real. It takes kids off the street. It makes them strong. It redirects their life tenfold. It's amazing. People think they're joining my gym to lose weight, and they don't realize they get their whole life transformed. That's why I'm writing this book, Life According to the Rules of Boxing, because you really want to box in life. You got to bob and weave, come out winning. All the philosophies of boxing are just phenomenal for life, and martial arts in general. The discipline and the practice and always chasing the perfect punch, right? You're never there. You never get it. You never master it. And my belief is you never really master anything. There's always more to get to, always more to go, and always more to discover and uncover.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I noticed you use this is something I just noticed, maybe because I spend a lot of time speaking, but I noticed you, and I just did it now, I use the word but I noticed you use and a lot rather than but. Is that an NLP thing or where?
So I used to lead the introductions to the Landmark Forum. And then my NLP master prac came from Richard Bandler, who created it. And I have a master's in behavior, and I use my words to create my world. And I'm very clear that but kills off the first half. So I want to make sure that if I want to kill off the first half, I'll use the word but. But I have even a little tattoo of the word and. I love the word and. It's my favorite word in the dictionary, because I'm a firm believer in have it all. Like, people have these limiting beliefs like, oh, I can't do that, or, oh, I don't have time for that, or, so much story around stuff, and none of it is true. And they really could carve it all out and have what they want with the word and. Of course you could have it all. There's people that have it all. If someone has it, you can too. So you form your team.
I love that. Well, I use and or a lot. And I feel like then at least it's better than but, because I get to choose then. And I can have both, or I'll choose this one or the other.
Yes.
But
yes.
and now I'm going to use the word but the rest of this time more than I ever do, because now it's, when you talk about it, then all of a sudden it'll be now my thing that I'll jump back to it. But I just meant to do it. And I think it's so cool that you do that, because I don't think everybody notices that, but it's so powerful. And psychologically, it plays a part.
People might not notice, but they get it, because words are all we have to communicate. And whether they notice and talk about it, they still understand that but killed off the first half. And, to slow down and choose your words wisely, you're creating everything with your words. Nothing exists without language, nothing. And then we have agreement on language. So to add to it's just and is in a positive direction, and is adding on. I use the word but if I want to kill off the first half. So I will intentionally use the word but to kill off the first half, but usually I don't want to kill off the first half. Otherwise I wouldn't have said it.
True story. Well, I have a friend who's a Jack Canfield train the trainer. And she's the person that brought it to my attention that I need to stop saying but in those areas. And she's say, Corey, and, she really highlighted it for me. So I wouldn't have even noticed you doing it, I don't think, if it not for her putting it in my mind about a year ago. It's so powerful. And again, so overlooked. And I want to dive into the other ways you work with people, because we've talked mostly boxing, but again, there we go. I think I'm going to get used to it now. I'm going to pick that up and notice what I'm doing.
Yeah, but the best part is you're noticing. And that's so awesome, because when you know, awareness is everything. And now you're going to pick it up, and now you're going to notice, and it's going to be a conversation piece, and you're going to share it, and you'll make a difference with people over the word because you were using the word but. It's so awesome to notice. I love it. And to stop yourself and recreate is the greatest. Now you're redefining the communication you want, right? Communication is all in the listening. So, there's a saying in Landmark, I create you, creating me, creating you. So I tell my staff, I can get you to say whatever I want, right? I can ruin your day, make your day. I take full responsibility for how you show up. So it's really powerful to be able to say, I take 100% responsibility for everything that shows up, right? Because it's able to respond. So people are like, responsible, my fault. They like automatically go to like the negative connotation of that. And no, it's a beautiful thing. Who doesn't want to be responsible? I want to be able to respond to everything in my life. So, yes.
Wow. So let's talk about the other stuff that you do then, besides running the gym and all that great stuff. You also help people on the coaching side. Clearly, you're empowering the people on a daily basis. So can you tell us a little bit more about the other work that you do, and even what NLP is? I never even said what it was. Also Landmark, but can you tell us about all this great stuff as well?
Thank you. It's funny. I never even write NLP, but now I see people writing NLP, and I was like, I'll join in that bandwagon, I guess. But I've been immersed in personal development. I live by the quote, work harder on yourself than you do on your job and life becomes easier. Jim Rohn, one of my favorites. And my master's was behavior. So NLP was just like a little thing after that. But I see so many people are attaching to NLP. So I put it because people like it. Like you said, social media, I guess they're going to relate to it and see it. But I was always doing stimulus response. Everything, like I just did 10-day immersion with Joe Dispenza. And everything he does is about stimulus response, right? And you think it, and it goes into everything is stimulus response. So, and that was my master's degree. All I did was chart behavior. So I will have to say my talent is really the magic of being in someone's listening, really knowing what they don't know just by listening. And I show people who they are, and I'll remind them who they are. And I get it from them. I ask a million questions for the reason of getting into their listening. And I just really want to serve and make an impact. So even if someone came to my gym and they were like, oh, I don't want intense, I'll show them where to go. I'll be like, well, this is really intense. So, I'll put them where to go. So my passion, like you said, what else do you do, is the coaching. And it's the mind, body, spirit fit, because I love emotional fitness. I love emotional readiness. You could be book smart and not have common sense. You could be strong, but not have a strong mind. It's possible, even though Will Smith trained at my gym for the Ali movie, and he said the keys to life are running and reading. Reading, knowledge is power, running to beat the voice in your head. And I love beating the voice in my head. I love pushing past my limits. I love dying and going further. It's so, don't get me wrong, not during, And I always tell people, they're always like, you love working out, you own a gym. And I say, no one likes working out before they work out. They all like it after. Kind of like motivation. Motivation is almost like the dumbest word ever because you have it when it's over. You don't get motivated to do something before it happens. You get motivated that you accomplished, you did it, and then you'll do it again. So motivation is intrinsically the result that you get from the work you put in and from honoring your word. So I really teach have life your way, create it the way you want, honor yourself. It's all about honoring yourself. Have a good day or not, it's your choice, I tell people. So really getting people aligned with their language. I'm such a language buff of, people go, I want a six pack. I want this. Well, no, you don't. You're not doing anything it takes to get there. So I really get clear with people. Let's see if you really want it. Let's go over what it's going to take to get it. Maybe you'll change your mind. Maybe you won't want it. And then that's okay. It's okay, but you don't want what's not okay and what doesn't work, because I'm a fan of use what works and don't use what doesn't work, is it's not okay to constantly, oh, I'm doing this. I want this. And then do nothing about it. That's like, those are not my clients. My clients are definitely humble badasses, people that have this spark inside them that I pull it out. So I love turning people into their greatest self I take them grocery shopping. I show them what to eat, how to recover. I had a motorcycle accident, so I have 11 herniated discs. I split my whole head open. Yep. And they wanted me to have a media fusion surgery. I said, you're not on my team. And I knew Joe Dispenza healed his. So once I know it's possible from someone else, and I built a whole team around me. And this is 2 years ago. I had such a bad episode. I was literally singing karaoke to get off my floor. It was terrible. And having to watch people box, and I couldn't do it. So these 2 years, I did Pilates certification. I did breathwork coaching. I did so much meditation. The gold is in the meditation. And I'm healing myself. So I really like to educate people that they don't need to go to a doctor. They don't need to listen to other people. All the answers are inside of you. They just have to, like Esther Hicks says, tuned in, tapped in, turned on. So they got to tune in, tap in, and turn on to their own intuition. You have all the answers. Everyone wants to ask social media, ask on Facebook. No, you know the answer. It's just, it sounds easy, like heal yourself or breath work. It's one word. It's a life journey. It's a choice of how you're going to live your life. So I just like to be the role model of really living life your way, super healthy. I live really healthy in mind, body, spirit. I really work on throwing out the obstacles out of my way and getting through it in a healthy manner and healing myself where I don't have to, hey, I have this problem. Can you help me? Just go to a stranger? No way. I don't want to just go to a doctor and they give me a prescription. And I have another book that's going to come after this book. And I talk a lot about the pharmaceutical world and just how growing up, I was given so many meds. Like as a kid, they gave me tetracycline by the hundreds for my skin. It never cured my skin. And then they wanted to give me the purple pill that's all over the commercial. Never. That was the rule break, the draw breaker. I wouldn't take a pill for nothing. Prevention is way easier than correction. It's all possible. It's a lot of work, but it's like the quote says, it's not easy, but it's worth it. So it's for sure worth it. I'm not at the mercy of a doctor. So, and things happen, but I heal it. You start to research, you put people on your team. So I had an osteopath, the Pilates. So now that my whole life has been dedicated to this mind, body, spirit, fit, I just really love motivating people to take life into their own hands and create a life that they want and that they can have and not have limiting beliefs that, oh, I can't have this because this, or this is it. The second I hear that, I'm like, take that out. So I'm just, I tap into people's language. So because the but and the and people don't notice and they don't notice they're destroying their life with their words, I have them recreate their life with their words and let them see, wow, I can do it. Once someone says and sees there's an opening and an option for a better way, their whole world, a whole new world emerges because now they see possibility where there was no possibility. And that's most important.
So a couple things there I wanted to unpack. One of the things, and this just popped into my head, but I think this helps people visualize it too. But I don't know if you're familiar with Eric Thomas. You know that name? He's are you familiar with him, Kelly? Eric Thomas? He's you guys need to check him out. He's a motivational speaker, but this guy just gives you goosebumps. He's so good. He's like He's like the next Les Brown. You know, he's just this amazing speaker. Anyway, one of the things I remember him saying is, "You want my life, but you don't want my grind."
Yeah.
And you're not going to get my life without my grind. And he dissects that, but that's what it made me think of when you said people want this, but they don't want to put in the work. Well, it's the same thing. He's like, you don't want to be whatever that looked like to him. You don't want to be in the road to do the talk, 24 hours to get there and all that stuff, but you want to be the speaker that's on the stage doing the talk.
Well, I don't want to put in the work either. I let the kid. I don't want to do the work either. But we all do lots. I don't want to wake up in the morning. You know, there's lots of things we don't want to do, and you do it anyway because number one, my word. Number two, I want the results, and I really constantly see the results and beat the voice in my head. I teach the kids. This is me. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I don't want to do it. I'm doing it now, and I show them what I go through. That you just interject, and I'm queen of teaching self-talk. Constantly, I'm like, Jolie, shut up. You're doing it now. I have to like get a grip on myself, talk to myself, and redirect myself. I got to be the boss of me. So I really interject. I don't want to do it either. I do it anyway.
Well, and the other thing I was going to tell you, and then I want to go in a different direction as we start to wind down, but you mentioned Jim Rohn. And I never believe in coincidences, but it's interesting how when we do these events, the same people sort of overlap. So when you mentioned Jim Rohn, he's been mentioned, I think, 3 times probably, Kelly, in the last 3 days. But yesterday we had on Jim Rohn's former business partner. So Kyle Wilson, who actually launched Jim Rohn's speaking business. He owned JimRohn.com. He coached Robin Sharma and Darren Hardy and a bunch of other thought leaders. But, you know, we had him on talking yesterday about Jim Rohn. And, you know, it's same idea. Like he told me this was, I don't think he said this yesterday. I think he told me this just a call we had recently. But, you know, Jim Rohn was the best speaker ever, but he didn't know fully how to run a speaking business yet. And so, you know, he had to work with Kyle because Kyle knew how to run events and stuff like that. And so the reason I'm bringing this up, there's a reason where I'm going with this, but I think it's cool you mentioned Jim Rohn because we happen to have his business partner on yesterday, his former business partner. But the interesting part is Jim and Kyle became a team that was successful. Like Kyle talked about the year before Jim and him worked together, Jim had 20 talks. The year after they worked, the next year, Jim had 140 talks. You know, and so more people knew about Jim Rohn. They impacted more lives, all that kind of great stuff. But they were a team. And one of the things I noticed that you said here, I didn't count the amount of times, but I feel like it's probably at least 5 minimum. You said, on my team, as a part of my team. And I think it was Usher I heard one time say, I don't know if it's his thing, but teamwork makes the dream work. But it seems like you're really big on team. So can you tell us about that? Because it seems like you have like coaches and teams and stuff for everything. Like when you said team, probably people thought at the gym. But then you said the osteoporosis process, you know, like everybody, you're talking about various aspects of your life having team members. So how big is it?
Yeah. Well, I am very clear at a young age. I got very clear what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. And the only reason I get to shine so much and people think I'm great in a certain area is because I'm operating in my strengths. So, but if you put me behind a computer or you put me to create the system, like how you said, Jim Rohn had this guy, Kyle, that put them together. Yeah, you need someone to propel you to the next level. So you can only be good at what you're good at. And if you don't utilize outer sources, you know, when I was a teacher, I hated when teachers worked with kids on what they weren't good at because I was like, oh, Johnny sucks at math, but he's good at reading. Cool. Let's go read more. I love sucking people for their strengths. So when I hire people, I give them all strength tests and I speak into their strengths always, right? Because I want to empower. I want the best out of you. I want to talk to you and have you then empower others. So I literally will be like, oh, you have a ranger strength. Can you come and arrange this? And I talk to people as their strength. And then you said, oh, my team with my own personal life is, yeah, well, when you go to a doctor, you go to a lawyer, you're building a team. These are the people you're putting on your team to accomplish whatever it is you're looking to accomplish. So anything I'm looking to accomplish, I'm not doing by myself. So I'm always building a team and I'm always thinking of what's missing, right? In Landmark, they teach you what's missing, the presence that would make a difference. So I always look of what's working, what's not working, what do I need to take out, and what do I need to put in? And then what I need to put in, do I have those skills? Okay, where do I get them? Who's the best? Who can help me with that? And I'm very clear that I'll be like, oh my God, I suck at this, please help. And I get the help I need for the areas that I'm not good at. I don't want to operate in areas I'm not good at. That's not empowering. So I don't like when schools work with kids on what they're not good at, because really you can spend a lot more time sharpening your tool, and you can always be better on your strength, and you really want to sharpen your tools. So I want to work on my areas. That's why I'm always doing personal development, because I know that's my area. That's my stuff. That's my juice. So I'm keep doing it. And I can't say, oh, I know everything. I got to keep doing more and more and more. Every day I wake up after meditating, I'm on YouTube listening to Jim Rohn, Wayne Dyer, Joe Dispenza. It's like nonstop in my ears. You're always be selling, always be closing, always be transforming. Always. I love always.
Well, and something you just said there, which I think is so powerful in terms of us. I will say, being, first of all, a lifelong learner. Like, I love that you just talked about that, the importance of feeding our mind, because I think we forget that so often. And I've often said that people never forget to feed their body, but often forget to feed their mind. And
I wish they'd be the opposite.
well, the school thing you said, though, I wanted to tackle that for a second too, because I think that's so important. I've interviewed now over 6,500 people, and these are some of the top influencers in the world. And almost in every case, and a lot of these people struggled in school, but they hire for their weaknesses. And so, to your point, they don't spend more time getting better at their weakness in most cases. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, but most don't, because they hate things that they're weak at anyway. They hate doing it. But I think that's such an important point that's missing. I was great in business in school, and I was horrible in science. And they were force-feeding science down my throat. And then I'm like, but business I like. Well, don't work at that because you're really good at it. But
you know what? The bad will ruin the good, because if they force feed you in science, you could end up hating the part that you like. So, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And the word force feeding is like, nothing in that is good. And the first thing I said when I came on is, it's not like I don't just use words to just throw them out there. I live for the win-win, because there's always a win-win. So I'm not going to force feed. I'm not going to give you what you don't want. And usually what you're good at, you like. So that's a win-win. When you're good, you like it. When you suck, you don't like it. Lose, win-win. I don't want to give you what you're not good at. So I ask people, the problem with school, there's a lot of problems with school, but the kids that learn auditorially are called smart, and the kids that don't learn auditorial are not smart. So when I'm in my gym, I ask people, do you want me to show it to you? Do you want me to tell you about it? Would you like to look at it yourself? I ask a million questions, because people don't even want to order the same burger. You can't even get two people liking the same burger in a restaurant. Could you imagine speaking to everybody the same way and expecting them to receive it in the same way? So when I talk, I don't know. I'm sure you'll notice I'll cater to the visual or the auditory. I'll say things the same time in a different way so people can hear it, because sometimes you got to hear the same thing over and over again, and you hear it newly. There's another saying in Landmark, I love their methodology, is you don't listen, you never listen, and you're not listening right now, because we're judging and assessing, and we're agreeing or not agreeing. And we skip over. It's true listening. You got to hear it. I got to say, did you understand what I said? Tell me what I said. Recreate what I said. And then I can go, oh, no, that's not what I meant, right? Because communication is for the understanding. So I want to speak for understanding, and I want them to speak for my understanding. So I'm always clarifying, and I'm always making sure that the message was received.
Well, and Kelly, I want to give you a chance to ask any remaining questions you might have as we start to bring things to a close. But one thing I want to share, when you talk about that as well, about the idea of trying to, again, force people to focus on their weaknesses. I always think of this story in Think and Grow Rich about Henry Ford, and how Henry Ford, people called him ignorant, and he wanted to prove that they were wrong. So it ended up going to court. Now, I can't remember the exact context, but they went to go into court because somebody was trying to prove he's ignorant. I think it was that they were trying to prove he wasn't fit to run the company, like Ford Motor Company. Whatever way, he got in court, and they were asking him all these big questions, and he didn't know the answers to them. I think he had a grade 3 education. Anyway, but what he said spoke so many volumes that it's actually what made the judge throw the case out. Now, this is all according to Think and Grow Rich. But he said, I don't understand why you're asking me all these questions. If I need to know the answer to this question, I'll just call one of my team members and ask them the answer, and they'll go find the answer for me.
Exactly.
And the judge said, that doesn't seem like a dumb man to me.
Yeah, resourceful. 100%. Yeah, Tony Robbins says it's never about resources, a lack of resources. It's a lack of resourcefulness. And I love that, because people have this money conversation, and I can't say I'm absent of the time conversation. I really work like how you're working on the but word. I work on my I don't have time word. So it's really expanding, looking at your communication. Like if I go, oh, I don't have time. Well, of course I have time. So I have to say, okay, well, that's not my priority, or I don't choose to fit that in my day. Really reworking and re-choosing your words and making them fit your world and create your world is really best, because you want to be resourceful. Oh, I don't have money. I don't have time. Okay, game over. Like, what is that? You don't want game over. Okay, we're done now. So no, you got to find an opening, like a boxer. It's not like all those limiting beliefs are dead ends. So and then it kills your dream. So I want to ignite people's dreams, not kill their dream. I want to show them the way where they can have it and show them that they can have possibility, because then their whole face lights up. And energy is everything. So when they see the possibility, they have more energy going through them. When there's no possibility, it's low energy. It's all about the frequency. So I really work on showing people how great they are.
And so, Kelly, I want to give you a chance to ask Jolie any questions before we bring things to a full close. But also, Jolie, I'm going to ask you, just as a heads up, I want to ask you how people can connect with you, learn more, work with you, because Kelly, I don't know if you're like me, but I'm fired up. I'm ready to go take on the world myself right now.
Yeah.
But I'll let you, if I don't want to leave you out, if you have a question or two you want to pose before we finish things
I
up.
just wanted to make a comment. And, I think one of the fastest ways to build a kid's self-esteem or to build their confidence is by letting them excel at what they're great at. If you want to destroy a child or even an adult's self-esteem, make them do what they hate, because that will destroy their self-esteem and their confidence. And I just really believe that, we're so, it seems like as parents, sometimes we're so adamant about saying, okay, you have to learn piano because I learned piano, so you must learn how to do the piano. But the kid hates it, right? So, and then they feel like a loser because they're not good at it. But then you go and you put them in boxing, and then they're like amazing at it, and they win the medals and they do great. And that's how they build their self-esteem, because they're doing something they love. So
I'm such a stand for full self-expression. I love people being fully self-expressed, and people don't ask questions enough. Like, ask the kid. A lot of times I have parents, we're really strict with the parents in my gym. So I'm always like, I didn't ask you, I asked the kid. And I'll say to them, they'll be 7. And if they're late or they're not showing up, the kid has to call. And the mother will come in and be like, oh, I'm sorry, my kid's late. I'm like, no, you're not in my class. I don't see your name on my roster. The kid's in the class. Does your kid have a cell phone? Yes. Well, then they know how to text. So I always explain, they don't walk through a doorway at 18 and all of a sudden they're ignited with responsibility. No, you instill it when you're 5, 4, make your bed, clean up after yourself, and ask, what do you want to do today? Oh, you don't want to do that? Okay, we won't do that. Asking the parent always wants to talk for the kid. I'm like, did you ask your kid what they wanted? They have a mouth. After 6, you're out of the alpha state. They're starting to get into this beta. They can think on their own. And it's really about empowering to make choices. Otherwise, you stunt their growth. They get not fully self-expressed, quiet. They don't answer. They don't speak up. You want them to speak up. You want their whole world to light up. You want them to be excited when they talk, excited for what they do. Because like I said, how you do one thing is how you do everything. I don't want to put them in an activity that they hate. So my passion is bonding parents and teens through fitness. That's really my ultimate passion. I love teaching the communication between parents and their kids. I feel like they both have a disconnection in communication, and fitness is a universal language. So when you push people past their limits, their endorphins are so high, they can communicate on a much higher level when they're doing fitness together. So that's my number one passion. And then teaching people just how to live a healthy life in mind, body, spirit.
I love that. And, it's, you made me think of when you were talking about both you guys, Kelly, as well, when you're talking about getting the kid to do something because you thought you were good at it or what have you. This just happened to me just this morning. I was going at the door. I bought a new guitar, and I was giving my aunt my old guitar because she sold me her guitar for way less than she should have. And I'm like, well, and she loved this guitar she has, and I had the same one at home, and I didn't even want it anymore. So I'm like, why don't I give her the guitar on top of it? Because she's already given me too good of a deal. So my son sees me bringing a guitar at the door, and he's like, Daddy, I want a small guitar. Like, in other words, he wants whatever you call a 3/4 kid's guitar. Now he wants that. Yeah, but it would be so easy for me to go, oh, my kid's going to be a guitarist. And then all of a sudden put him in lessons and all that. But he could put his fingers in there once, and that hurt a ton. You know, like
That's me.
I mean, but it wouldn't be right. I mean, for me, it wouldn't be right of me to force that on him, because who's to say he might just want a guitar because he sees his daddy playing guitar and he likes that his daddy's making music out of nothing and thinks that looks cool when he's this young.
Well, access is in the questions. You know, it's asking the questions like, do you really want it? It's going to hurt your fingers. Are you okay with that? You have to pass through that. Because me, I always wanted to learn on guitar. And I couldn't get my fingers together. I was like, how do you get this one and this one up here? And then they were hurting. And I can say, yeah, I really want it. Like, I really want the results of playing it, but I don't want to do the work it takes to learn the guitar. So it's in the questioning of, would you like to try a lesson? You know, do you want to see what it's like? You know, questions are the best. It's like everybody needs to learn to be a better questioner. You know, the quality of your own life is directly related to the questions you ask yourself. We're constantly asking ourselves questions in our head. It's just being aware of what's going on in our head, slowing down to notice. There's a lot in there. Slow down and notice and ask questions. Tony Robbins, I love, he says that people go, why am I so fat? And he always goes, because you're a freaking fat pig. Or something. He says something like really funny, but it's a dumb question. You don't say, why am I so fat? It's like a tail chasing. What could I do today differently than I did yesterday to propel me in the direction of health? You know, so it's really working on formulating questions that empower you to get towards your goal. So even asking your son, you know, it hurts your fingers. Do you want to try one lesson? And really being a guitarist, right, is the other end of the spectrum. It's so far down the line, and he could love it and he could want it. And he can do like and piano and great. Let him go down that road and see if he likes it. And if he doesn't, I'm cool with kids quitting things, except if they say they're going to do it. Like, integrity is everything for me. So I say, once you start, you're going to finish. You don't have to do it again, but you're going to finish this time. And I say, but that time, because I'm going to kill it off, because they don't have to finish and they do have to finish. That time, if they, I want to help. Okay, well, you're going to see what commitment's all about. You're going to finish next time. Choose more wisely because you didn't like it this time. So I'll remind them, remember, you didn't like it last time. Do you sure you want to do it again this time? And I don't forget a thing. So there's no skipping by me.
I can tell. Well,
yeah.
Julie, you mentioned questions a number of times, so this is a good segue for me to ask you that question that I said I was going to lead up to. As the most important question of the day, how can people connect with you? Is there a hub? Where would you send them if they want to keep in the Jolie Glassman loop?
Yeah. Okay. So all my social media, everything is under Jolie Glassman. So it's easy to find me there. My gym is South Beach Boxing. So I'm all over that too. And I hate to send people to my website because I'm redoing it, but in a month, it'll be awesome. And that's jolieglassman.com. And then it links to Mind, Body, Spirit, Fit. But Jolie Glassman, you Google it. I got plenty of stuff on me.
I love it. And your name's unique enough that there's probably not 1,000 Jolie Glassmans doing the same stuff as you.
Yeah, no, but when I tried to get, because when I tried to get my web address, they wanted like 10 grand for my name. It was some fitness company in China, but I got it on someone else's phone. They didn't install the cookies right. And I was able to get it for like $1,500. So that was very cool. GoDaddy was like, we've never seen that. But when I say I'm a boxer, I mean in life. And I'm a boxer. I don't give up. I find openings and I'm like constantly sticking and bobbing, weaving, finding my way. Tenacious as hell.
Boom. Well, the only other person I know that was able to do that was Madonna. Somebody had her name and they wanted her to pay $1 million. And I forget the loophole she found, but Madonna got her website. It's madonna.com. And you're in good company as far as a boxer, because I think she probably boxed a lot through her life as well.
Yeah, boxing is, people like you, Kelly, when you discovered it, you didn't think, and you were like, wow, it saved their life. It saved his life. My stepdad, right? Stepdad or real dad?
Uncle, I think it was our uncle.
Oh, uncle.
My uncle.
Oh, your uncle. And it saved their life. People don't know. You never know what you don't know. And the mistake of it all is that it's the opposite of what people think. So, yeah. You got to dig deep.
Awesome stuff. Well, I know you said you hate to send people to your website, but am I okay to post it in the comments?
Oh, yeah. It's just not. It's getting redone. It's like ASAP. I'm really leaning into the Fight for It brand, the Fit, because Fit is everything for me. And I love Fight for Intentional Transformation from Love, because people either fight and it's not a pretty thing, or they don't fight because they feel like they're undeserving and they're not fully self-expressed. So, and this is such a perfect time in this day and age to teach people that they can create a win-win and honor themselves and fight for what they want and have it all. So, and. So yes, my website will be much better in a month, and you can put jolineglassman.com.
Sold. This has been an absolute pleasure, Jolie. Like I said, I'm on fire. I'm a pretty high energy person anyway. I don't drink coffee. I wake up like this every day. But I feel like at the end of the day, after 4.5 hours, I would be a little bit drained, and I'm ready to take on the world. So thank you for your energy.
Well, my tagline for my gym is insane energy. So for sure, when people leave me, they're energized. So thank you for joining that crew.
I am so happy to be a part of that team.
Yay.
Seems like our themes have been team and team.
Exactly, because it's everybody. Includer. See? It's the includer strength. Now we got team and team. I love it.
Awesome.
This was so great. And my favorite part was that it was improv. I love non-planned, go with the flow. You know, it's very authentically sharing. So this was really great. Thank you for reaching out. I really appreciate it. It was great hearing and having you, Kelly, as well. This was awesome. So excited.
Thanks so much. And improv is definitely, Kelly would agree, I think, my approach to interviews. I like to go with intuition, and wherever it was meant to go, it was meant to go. We had Dave Clare on earlier, another guest, and him and I thought we were going to talk about speaking. We just went into it. Both of us said that. We talked about COVID and what he's done to get through COVID. And he came up with so many strategies on the business side that people could change their business life. And we weren't even planning to go there. We never knew it would.
Well, you know, it's funny, this world, you know, everyone, and my new brand is I'm supposed to be doing these educational platforms. And when I was a school teacher, the principal would get mad at me and be like, Glassman, you're supposed to do your lesson plans before class. And I'd be like, are you having a problem with my results? And he would say, no. So I always say, I'm so trained that the speaking comes from the listening. So it's difficult, I guess, in that storyline for me to create a curriculum that I deliver because I want it to be natural. I want the speaking to come from the listening. I want it to flow in a way that's empowering, not planned. So great. Yay.
Awesome. So Jolie, one last question just before you run is you mentioned the book, you're working on it. The book will be coming out. Do you know when that is? And the reason I say that is that I want to commit to getting 5 copies to give away at a future one of these. But there's the but. I killed it off. So I just want to know roughly, do you know when it's coming out, or is it like a future plan thing?
You're so funny. I don't love that you're getting upset about it. I love that you're being aware of it. You're a rock star. Don't be upset about it. Just go, oh yeah, I picked up on it again. That's so great. Like, it's so great to notice, you know, our language is automatic, and it's how to make our language not automatic, which is beautiful. And the book, so I entered the Hay House competition. So it's due, I got to have it into the editor by March. And then by June, they'll enter the contest. So I would say sometime in 2021, it'll be probably published. I really have a better and bigger and fuller book that I already did 300 pages, but they told me to do a smaller book to introduce me to the world because I might be known in my community, but not globally. So the Life According to the Rules of Boxing will be more like a don't sweat the small stuff, easy, empowering, energetic ways to live like a boxer. And then I'll dive deeper into that whole pharmaceutical, my whole wisdom of Jolie's, my whole story. So that'll be the second one. So by the end of 2021. And for sure, now we'll stay in touch. And for sure, you get those 5 copies.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
Keep me honest on that. Make sure that I don't forget that. And whenever you're ready, you just tell me, and I'm happy to pre-order 5 copies and make sure we put it out to the world. So you just let me know.
That's awesome. Thank you. I got a lot of people keep telling me I'm so excited for your book. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's making me nervous. I gotta perform.
Well,
and like you said, team. I speak, but the writing is run on. So my editor, I'm gonna give him a field day.
100%. But you know what? As we've seen with you, you're a boxer. You're going to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome,
this was great. 6,501. I love it.
Awesome. And go enjoy the rest of your adventure that you're on right now, too.
Thank you. The Blue Ridge Mountains. It's awesome.
Awesome stuff. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Happy holidays. You guys have a great time. Let's keep in touch. It was great to be here. Thank you so much.
100%. Thanks so much, my friend.
Bye.
So, wow, Kelly, that was awesome. Such a fantastic guest. Such a great energy to finish the day on. And I don't know if you have anything else you want to add. I got to run out the door in a second to do with.
I got to run out the door too because I've got some more stuff happening. So, no, it's been a great day.
you're 3 hours. You're 3 hours behind me, so you still got a lot more day left than I do. But that was an absolute pleasure. The day was an absolute pleasure. Jolie was a fantastic guest and a great way to finish the day out. So, Kelly, I just wanted to thank you for joining me again today as a co-host. Everybody else, I told you, BlueTalks.com is the easiest way to find out all about Blue Talks. I'll keep sharing it that way because I think it's the easiest way. You don't have to go to multiple websites. And then at the same time, we'll be back tomorrow, and we love it when you share, so feel free to share again tomorrow. But we'll be back tomorrow at 11 Eastern once again. Are you now, Kelly? I know you've been. It depends on what's going on in your day. Are you going to be here tomorrow to kick off? Or
Yeah, I think I will be able to be there for sure.
Okay, perfect. And let's just see here as I say this before we run off ourselves. I'm just going to see who's kicking things off tomorrow. Trying to bring up the calendar. Of course, it would normally be quicker than that. Let's see here.
Kicking us off is Adita.
Awesome stuff. So he's going to be talking about breath work. And, when it comes to podcasting and speaking, how you can work with your breath to actually get more from your breath and your vocal tones and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited about that. And then Jerry Foster, who is one you brought to the event. So I haven't met Jerry yet, but I know he's a branding guy.
Yeah, he's a branding guy.
So I can't wait to hear that. We have Shay Rowbottom, who is like a LinkedIn influencer who within 2 years went from almost no followers on LinkedIn to over 500,000, which, I mean, that's got to be for a non-celebrity. That's got to be, up there as a record. And so you don't want to miss that. And then Tony Kaufman, who you invited, who I know Tony, but I know you invited her for this one. So I'm not sure what she's going to be covering fully. And you can talk about that in 1 second, but I'll mention the last person that finishes off today tomorrow is Ali Reeves, who is an Instagram influencer and a high-level podcaster, has a great show. I think it's called the Six Figure Influencer Podcast. Did you want to add anything about Tony before we say bye?
No, I participated in one of her gift giveaways that she was just doing right away, and I made it in like the top 10 as on the leaderboard and stuff. And so I think she's going to talk a little bit about that and all the amazing stuff that she's got going on. She's got a standout stars speaker series or something and she's a bureau, so she's helping speakers to get their messages out there in a big way. And so, yeah, I'm excited about hearing what she's got to say for us.
And it's perfect timing because tomorrow technically is the speaker day. So it's the perfect fit and timing to have her on board. So you just heard the lineup tomorrow. Again, you're in for a big treat. It's going to be an amazing day. I can't wait. And then Friday, we have some amazing speakers as well, but we'll tell you a bit more about that tomorrow. So thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Keep on commenting, keep on sharing, and we'll make sure to spread the word and do whatever we can to to keep making magic happen and keep hopefully impacting lives through the amazing presenters and speakers that we have brought on board for this. So thanks, Kelly. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
See you, everybody.